Alright, let's start. The essence of this revision before we start our class today, so that you still know that week is this week that we are mentioned that we're going to be spending time to do a lot. Alright. We've copied the question back. Have we copied the question? Yes. Read what you have. Before you finish reading what you have, heaven will be the day will come. So let me be reading it myself. So I said the first one is find the fourth and 12th term in a plus b raised to the power 6. Is this what you have? Yes. So my problem is simply a plus b raised to the power 6. So they're asking me to find the fourth term and the 12th term. And we say that this is simply finding the nth term of a binomial theorem. So all I simply need to do is to remember that there's a general formula. We said that n combination r less the noise. We said that we have n combination r, then we have dots a raised to the power n minus r, then b raised to the power r. Do you still remember? Yes. Now, before I proceed, I need you to note two important things. You need to note that the first term of r, whenever they tell you find the first term, that at first term, r is equals to 0. Are you there? So whenever they tell you find first term, note that r is equals to 0. You also need to know that when they ask you to find the last term, that at last term, r is equals to n. Are you there? So when they tell you find the last term, r will be equals to n. Are you there? And you need to know that n combination 0 is equals to 1. And that any combination n is also equals to 1. Have you written it? It's very important. This is the foundation. So with this, whenever they tell you find the first term or find the last term, you just need to remember that in that case, you must make use of this formula. But in that case, if it's the last term, that r will be equals to n. And if they tell you to find the first term, that r will simply be equals to 0. Are we there? Write it. Can I clean now? No. Do fast. Remember I said that video, yesterday's class, I'll still post it. I'll post it together with this one tomorrow. It's just network. We want a situation whereby after every class, students will still get to rewatch the class on our group. Ask your question. Copy the question from your friends. That question has been there since 11 till now. That question has been there since 11 up till now. So copy it from your friends. Copy the question from your friends if you've not copied it up till now. Alright, watch. Can I proceed? Alright. So since you know this now, the question said that we should find the fourth and the 12th term. So anytime they did not ask you to find the first and the last term, r is simply going to be term minus 1. Anytime they did not ask you to find the first term or the last term, r is simply going to be
10.
The term you are asked to find minus 1. Are you there? So if they did not ask you the first term and the last term, r is simply going to be the term minus 1. So in the case where they ask me to find the fourth term, r is simply going to be 4 minus 1. In the case where they ask me to find the 12th term, r is simply going to be 12 minus 1. Are you there? Yes. So write it. I can clean, Shebi? Can I clean?
Yes.
So for me to find the nth term, that is the fourth term of this, I will now make use of this formula. I've gotten R, and we know that our n is simply this power, Shebi? Yes. So our n is the power, and the power here is 6. Our A is the first term. Shebi? Our A will be the first term. Assuming this was 2, our A will be equals to 2. Assuming this was 3, our B will be equals to 3. And our B will be the second term, and this is B. Then our R, for the fourth term, our R will be 4 minus 1, Shebi? Which is 3. So that if I now substitute, this will now be 6 combination 3. Are you aware? Dots. Just know that what separates them is multiplication. Dots. Then A here. Notice something. Our A, am I A is A, Shebi? Then B is what? B. Are you? So this is A, then 6 minus 3, Shebi? Dot B. R is 3, Shebi? So have you copied this? Oh yeah, copy. We are trying to do revision. I know you've done this, but I promise you that Saturday will be time for us to do revision and then treat the topic we have. So 6 combination 3 dots A raised to power 6 minus 3 dots B raised to power 3. The formula, anytime you are asked to find the term of any number and you see that that number is in 2, watch what we have here. 1, 2, Shebi? 1, 2. Do you still remember I told you that whenever you have such expression, just 2, that it means binomial? Do you still remember? I said when it's 3, what do you call it? Somebody said trigonomial. Trinomial. Okay, so if you've copied this now, can I clean this one? Let me just clean this. Since we know it's 4th and 12th term, we know this now. Now, do you remember that combination is simply permutation times R? Shebi, you know. See, if it's permutation, is equals to n all over n minus R. Shebi? Yes. So, combination is simply permutation times 1 over R. Sorry. So that if it's combination now, it's going to be n all over n minus R, then R factorial. Shebi, you know. This is the sentence as times 1 over R. Yes. So when you do that, this is combination. Then this is the formula for permutation. And we know that permutation is simply talking about arrangements. But what we are dealing with here is combination. So this is combination R is the sentence as now saying n is 6 all over 6 minus R is what? 3. Then R outside is what? 3 factorial, 6 factorial. This is the formula for combination. So if we know this, we now know that if we happen to simplify that, this will be 6 factorial all over 3 factorial, 3 factorial. Shebi, you know. People at the back, can you see the board? Should I increase my handwriting? Okay. Okay, that means you permit me. Can I clean this? It's not everybody seated beside you that is a human being. Some people are not human beings. Shebi, you see something I gave since morning, somebody is telling me not to clean it. It's all right. Now watch. Do you know that 6 factorial is the sentence that says 6? There's this thing they normally do. Some people will get to 3 and say, because what is under it is 3. Let me stop at 3. It's good though if you are brilliant. But if you are not brilliant for the starting, when you are learning it, always write everything. You know that 6 factorial means expressing it from the starting, then going, or more like in descending order, going down. So if I have 2 factorial, it means 2 times 1. 12 factorial means 12 times 11 times 10 times times 9 times 8 times 7 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. So if I've done that, this will now be the same thing as all over. 3 factorial is the same thing as 3 times 2 times 1. Shebi? Yes. I will advise you. Do you know that sometimes you'll be making mistake because naturally you know that thing. You will not remember to check and see that you are making mistake. Some people will do one thing or the other here. They will not know. When they finish, the answer will be wrong, but they think they are getting it. So for your own good, make it a habit to write out everything. You are not supposed to be a lazy student. So that this will now be the same thing as dots. 3 times 2 times 1. Are you there? Shebi, you know that this thing can cancel this. Yes. Are you aware? Shebi, you know that 3 times 2 is what? Shebi, you know that this can cancel this. Are you aware? That means that what I'm left with is just 5 times 4, which is 20, Shebi, over 1. And anything over 1 is that thing. So that means that I will not be wrong to come and say that 6 combination 3 is simply 20. Do you agree? 20 dots. A raised to power 6 minus 3 is what? Is A raised to power 3. Shebi? Dots. B raised to power 3. No be so? So when I multiply everything, it's simply going to give me 20 A3 B3. This is my final answer. So if you did not understand this during the week, or you did not attend the class, you are just doing revision, we've already done this. Now, not what? This one now. 20 times A is 20A. So 20 times A raised to power 3 is 20A raised to power 3. Then times B raised to power 3. You know that you cannot join alphabet and... I was thinking this one is 9. No, it's A, sorry. This is A, it's true, it's looking like 9. This thing is A, this is A, it's true. Thank God. It's girls that will see and tell you. Boys will see it and they will be doing coded. There's nothing to be worried about. Yes. So it's 20 A raised to power 3, B raised to power 3. So let's go to the second question. You know we need to be fast. Okay, the 12th term. Okay, that means the 12th term in this case is simply going to be 12 minus 1, Shebi, which is 11. That means if this is 11, my R is going to be 11. So if R is 11 for the 12th term, it simply means that, can I clean this? Yes. We will always make use of this formula. N combination R, A raised to power N minus R, then B raised to power R. So that if I'm looking for the 12th term, this is simply 12 minus 1 equals to 11. That means my R is equals to 11. Then everything is still the same. A plus B raised to power 6. So this is my A, this is my B, then this is my N. Shebi, you know, this is my N. So that if I want to do this now, substituting, it will now be 6 combination 11 dots. Dot means times. It's only in physics they call dots, dot pro dots, cross product, dots. Then my A now is going to be 6 minus 11 dots. B is raised to power 11. Are we understanding this? Yes, sir. So that this now becomes, first of all, let's treat combination. We know that combination is simply n factorial all over n minus r, then r factorial. Do you still remember? So this is the same thing as saying 6 all over 6 minus 11, then 11 factorial. So that this becomes, if I do 11 minus 6, it's going to give me 5, Shebi. But because the larger number is carrying minus, my answer will be, so this is the same thing as saying 6 all over minus 5, Shebi, factorial, then 11 factorial. Are we following? That's it now. minus 5 factorial, 11 factorial.
So how?
See now, 6 minus 11, what is it? Minus 5. Is it not? We have minus 5 now, the factorial. Then, is this not 11 factorial outside for R? This is 11 now. 11 factorial. So, when you are through, can I clean? Maybe you know that minus, are you aware that minus 5 is the same thing as minus 5, minus 4, minus 3, minus 2, minus 1. Do you know?
Minus 5.
Are you aware?
No.
That if it's on the negative number line, that's why it's carrying negative. And if it's on the positive number line, it will be carrying positive. Are you aware? Yes. So I purposely put this question so that when you are solving it, to test if you will go on the, some people will do minus 5. Then they will start doing 4, 3, 2, 1. That's wrong. So if you are in the negative axis, you are decreasing in the negative axis down to the least. Then if you're in the positive axis, you're decreasing on that positive number line. So that this now becomes the same thing as saying 6, watch it, 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 all over minus 5 times minus 4 times minus 3 times minus 2 times minus 1 dots. Now, 11 factorial, you are aware that 11 factorial is something as from 11 down to 1. Shebi, you know. Am I permitted to clean this? You don't know the formula now?
Yes.
So why I gave you this question is that it's not every time. You know that we have this habit in Nigeria. Once we know that every time we are dealing with the positive side, we all register that one on our head. So it's not every time you expect it to be positive. So this is now the sentence as 11 times 10 times 9 times 8 times 7 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1.
Wow.
Oh yeah, let's check. Let's check. Do you know that from these points, I can get rid of everything here? Should you know?
Yes.
So that this now becomes 1 over, oh yeah, do for me. Minus what? You group it this way. Let's group it first. Before this one, let's group it. Let's check something. Oh yeah. Shebi, you know that minus 5 times minus 4 will give me 20. Shebi? 20. Now, minus 3 times minus 2 will give me what? 6. Now, there's minus 1, Shebi. Minus 1 here. So it will change the answer back to negative. Are you understanding it? So that this becomes now, if I do 20 times 6 is what? 120. So it will be minus 120 because of this times minus 1. Are you noticing it? So let me keep it one side. So this is all together minus 120. So it was 120 then times minus 1. It's all together minus 120. Now, please be opening your eyes. It's not when I finish, you start to ask me, sir, how? Please, open your eyes now. Now, let's do something here. Dots. 11 times 10 is what? 110. Then, in fact, multiply everything here for me. 14. You can't have a 5,400. Okay, is this what you have? Yes. Notice that there is dots here, Shebi.
Yes.
So, dots. When you now do it with minus 120, what do you have? That is when you do minus 120 times this, what do you have? Minus 6 million.
Six, 5,
Okay. Okay, so that means, do you know that this thing is the same thing as multiply? Why I did this one separate is because it's carrying minus sign. So your calculator don't get issues. So when you multiply through, you're having this. Are you aware that this is not the same thing as everything is under, is at the denominator? So this is not the same thing as 1.
Sir, please don't be angry. What did you multiply to get this?
Everything here now. We got this one, everything this side, minus 120. Then we got everything here, this. When you multiply these two, because there is dots, you will not get this. So this is now the same thing as 1 all over minus 6,652,800. Now, are you aware? Are you aware that anything that is having 1 all over is the same thing as that raised to power 1, Shebi?
Yes.
Now watch, let's do something. Can I claim? Have you copied this? Copy fast, copy fast. Copy fast. You will not see this in your exam. But if training is not hard, the exam will not be easy. So that is why we are taking, whenever I'm giving you, I don't give you those ones only in your past question. I give you ones that leads to widest imagination. So that if they imagine I come, you will imagine an answer. How are you? Precious, how are you? Welcome. Where is the boy in your midst? He's not here today. Are we there? Are we through?
No.
Fast. Do you know that if this is minus this way, are you aware that this is the same thing as equals to minus 1 over 6, 6, 5, 2. Are you aware?
Yes, sir.
Do you know?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Fast. I can claim. We are going to do physics. We are going to do chemistry. Everything today. So we need to be fast. Some persons were saying on WhatsApp yesterday, yesterday's class we rushed it. I couldn't. That's why I'm slowing down small, but we need to be fast. So that, you see that yesterday we used our time very well. Let's try and be fast. Can I claim? Now that means that, are you following me? The girl at the back, are you following this class? Okay. That means that, hello? That means that 6 combination 11 is going to be minus 1 over 6. Then dots. Shall we know that this thing is A?
Yes.
Now, do for me. 6 minus 11. Minus 5. Shall we know that A raised to power minus 5 is the same as 1 over A raised to power 5? Shall we know?
Yes.
So let me just leave it this way first of all. Now, dots B raised to power 11. Shall we? Will you agree with me that this is the same thing as saying do you agree? Should be is the same thing. So that at the end of the day, if I now multiply through, this thing means multiplication. That means that everything will be minus
The dot.
B. Shebe? Raised to power
11.
all over
6, 6, 5, 2, 8, 0, 8, 5.
So this is our answer. This is our final answer. If this is what you got, let me see your hand. is what? You are getting 0 because your calculator cannot carry it. That's because your calculator cannot carry it. It's just like you punching. It's just like you punching. It's just like you punching this complex number in your calculator. It's not giving you anything now. So please watch. In fact, and you know that anything 0, combination of 0 is simply 1. Are you aware?
Yes.
So please copy this. You will not see this kind of question in your exam. I'm the one that formulated this question. Yes. Reason is because I've noticed that students, every time they are doing combination, it's always positive numbers they are using for combination. Yes. So I formulated my own so that we can be using negative numbers as well. So copy. Can I clean? No. Let's say find the last term. Find the last term in x plus 2y raised to power 3. Find the last term. Please, if you are just coming, settle down. Shebi, you know that the most important thing is the formula. What's the formula? Class, let's recite the formula. What's the formula?
N combination
So, to find the n term of a binomial expansion, we use n combination r dots. You need to know it because some people will know the formula. They will not know if it's plus or multiplication they are using. That is times a raised to power n minus r times b raised to power r. Yes. So please, let's move to the second question. They say find the last term in x plus 2y all raised to power 3. Can I clean? Yes. If you notice, hello, do you know that that number is minus 1 over, Shebi, in millions? Do you know what it means? Do you know what it means for you to have a million number that is tending towards negative? Do you know that that is more like a load of numbers tending towards infinity? Shebi, you know. Are you aware? Are you aware that if I have 1 over 10, and I have 1 over 100, and I have 1 over 1,000, I am increasing this to infinity. Like this going towards infinity is increasing. Are you noticing it? So that's why your calculator is giving you that 0. Yes. So we are tending towards infinity more and more when we are trying to combine that. So note it. That is why when I'm teaching you the sum of infinity, we normally say that if we have such numbers and we have x to it, that we should just call everything 0. Yes. We should just call everything 0. It doesn't mean that you can't solve. But since it's tending towards infinity, you could call it 0. You get the point? Yes, yes. All right, let's say find the last term in x plus 2y all raised to power 3. Now, let's go again. Remember that our n is this power. Shebi? Yes. The first one is our a. The second one is our what? Our b. Then our r, let's say find the last term, Shebi? Yes. Now, what did I say about r in the last term? I said at last term, r will be what? N. Yes. So at last term, r will be equals to n. So that since this is raised to power 3, at last term, r will also be equals to 3. Are you getting the point now? Yes, sir. Yes. So note this down. So we now go back to our formula, which is n combination r dot a raised to power n minus r dot b raised to power r. So once you do this, we can now say, okay, if that is the case, this now means that this is the same thing as 3 combination 3 dot a raised to power 3 minus 3 dot b raised to power 3. And I told you that if that is the case, if r is equals to n, it means that this is n combination n. Are you aware? Yes. And how did I get r equals to 3? They said find the last term in x. And remember when we started, I told you that anytime they ask you to find the last term, that it means that r is equals to n.
Yes.
Shabi, you remember? So if n is the power, n is always the power. In this case of them asking you to find the last term, r will now be equals to n, which is 3. And this means that you will still remember that I told you that there is a formula that said that any combination n is equals to 1. So if I have 3 and I have 3, this means 3 combination 3, n combination n, and is equals to 1. 1. Dot. 3 minus 3 is what?
0.
So this is something as a raised to power 0. Yes, yes. Okay, I forgot. We know that we are going to replace all these things, Shebi? Yes. I wanted a situation where we finish solving before replacing, but let's do the needful. And watch. So if I carry my a value, I'm going to have that this is going to be what? If I carry my b value, I'm going to have that this is going to be what? So, raised to power 3. Who did not understand this? We all understood it. You don't understand? Ngwasi, do you understand that I said that any number combination, the same number is 1? Do you understand that one? Are you understanding it? You can write it somewhere. Are you just coming? Okay, please. Be vibrant. Wake yourself up. Wake yourself up. Don't allow the fufu in you be keeping you asleep. Wake up. It's daytime. So now see, and I said dot. In this you said that this is 3 now. 3 minus 3 is equals to what?
1.
Is equals to 0, Shebi. So this is now, since this is a, remember we brought it out. A is always the first term. Yes. So this is x for a. This is 2b. That is 2y for b. And it's raised to power 3. Eh? What if we use the normal expanding formula? What you are asked to find is the nth term. What we are finding is the nth term. There's no what if when I'm teaching you until you learn. Yes. Learn this one. Learn what we are doing. What we are doing is how to find the nth term of a binomial expansion. Are you there? We are not expanding. What we are doing is finding the nth term. It's when we are expanding that we use that Pascal's triangle. Now we are finding the nth term. And for us to find it, you must know this formula. Are you there? Yes. Oh yeah, watch. Can I clean this?
Yes.
Be fast. So that I now know that a man and woman, they went to church to wed. The priest now said, I hereby pronounce the both of you raised to power nothing. Fight break out. The man said the reverend is cursing them. Yes. Before the man now said, no, I hereby pronounce the both of you one. The wife was like, honey, you should have known. Yes. Did you let her find that phone? No. Did not find it? Wow. Yesterday in tutorial, somebody collected another person's phone. An ATM card. Hell. So why people come here to learn? Some people come here for cashing out. Some people come here to cash out. Please, if you are the person with their phone and ATM, please return it. I beg you in the name of God. Return it. Please, if I'm teaching, open your eyes and follow this class. As we are learning, try to understand what we are doing. Any other thing that you are thinking of, okay, what if this one, what if, keep it aside. Say, we are done. You now bring your what if. Not as class is going on. You want us to leave the normal method and be solving your own method. Please. Now, notice something. I can clean this. And if I clean this now, it will not be that this is 1 dot x raised to power 0 is going to be what? 1. If this is said anything raised to power 0 is 1.
Yes.
So that x raised to power 0 is 1. Then dot 2 raised to power 3 is the same as 2 times 2 times 2. Should you know? Anytime 2 is raised to power 3 is the same as what? Then. So when you times this, it's going to be what? Are you watering it?
Yes, sir.
Is this thing not simple?
Very simple.
Very bad. See, I will solve this one. Okay, it's like that one is the last one, sir. Have you gotten that number 3?
Yes.
What's the answer?
64x equals 2.
So we can leave it and go to the next one.
No. Yes.
2 raised to power 6.
Okay, so I can clean.
Yes.
Okay, it's 8y cube. 8y cube, are you seeing it? But can I clean this side?
Yes.
You first open the bracket.
So the question said, find the first term, number 3. Find the first term in 2x raised to power 2 minus 2y raised to power, all raised to power 4. If you look at this, you see that I'm still the one that created this question. Yeah. I create my own questions. When I see that past question is too easy, I will add something that will make it complicated. Ask your question. Yes, now, why cannot be raised to power anything again? Where? Are you sure? What are you saying? Do you know that everything here is B? Not be so? Is B not 2y?
Yes.
Must I tell you? Is B not 2y? So if it's raised to power 3, the 3 is for all of them now.
Yes.
So that means that this is, you want me to put everything, that's your problem. Do you know some people are just here, the learning they are doing is, if sir is teaching it like this, and I'm understanding it, that means I'm learning. Once he lives like that, that is not how to learn. No? You need to add your own creativity. Understand the foundation, the roots, and go home. You meditate on it. It's when you meditate on it in several ways that you can be able to see how you can interpret whatever question that comes from it. You want to ask me a question?
What's the difference between 2y brackets cube and 2y cube?
We all know that. Is this not B?
But this was not what you did in the first one.
That's not what I'm asking you. That's why you are a student. That's why you're a student. If you know that this is B, you are not even supposed to allow me to clean it. Or even you're supposed to be the one to point out to me that this is supposed to be enclosed in brackets because this is B. So this is what it should be. This is what it should be. Because this is my B2y. And they said that B should be raised to power R. And if R is 3, it simply means that everything for B is raised to power 3 now. So that means that this is the same thing as 2 raised to power 3, y raised to power 3. Yes. So we did not point it out initially until she discovered it. Yes. All right, let's go. Let's go. Now they say find the first term. Find the first term in 2x raised to power 2 minus 2y all raised to power 4. Should we? Yes. Yes, that's what they're asking me. And do you remember that at first term, R is something? Yes. What's R?
0.
R is equals to 0. Now, if R is equals to 0, I need to check something. Shebi, you know that this is the sentence as saying, watch you, watch. You know that everything in this bracket is the sentence as saying 2 raised to power 4. Shebi, you know. See now?
Yes, yes.
Shebi, you know. Then this x square come 6 plus 4. Shebi? I see? Sorry. This is 2, Shebi? Yes. Then I have 4 here. Minus. Why I'm interpreting this is because of this one that we just finished. So we see it together first. Then this is 2, Shebi? Yes. This is something as 2 raised to power 4, Shebi? Yes. Then y raised to power 4. Shebi? Yes. Note it somewhere because I want to clean it. I just interpreted it so that in case we forget to add it somewhere, nobody will come and query, sir. Can I clean? No. Do fast. But you remember that in binomial expansion, this is going to be my A. Watch you. I'm trying to touch everything now. Sometimes when you are in a hurry, you feel like your students should know this one. But since you people don't know it all, let's be pointing everything out now. Should we know this one will be A? Yes. Should we know that this one will be B? Yes. Should we know that this one will be N? Yes. Should we? Yes. And since they are asking me to find the first 10, R will be what? 0. So if that be the case, we still know that if we want to go by interpretation of what we have here, that this is the same thing. What we have here is the same thing with what we have here. Should we? Yes. So I just interpreted it for a reason. Now, let's now go. Making use of our formula. That means that this is the sentence as saying, N, and N here is what? 4. So this is the sentence as saying 4. Combination R, and R here is what? 0. Dots. A, and A here is what?
2x raised to power
2x raised to power what? 2. So 2x raised to power 2. Shebi? Yes. So that we don't have issues. Then this is the sentence as 4 minus what?
0.
Dots. B is what?
2y.
Minus 2y, Shebi? Now, raised to power what? Raised to power what?
0.
Raised to power what?
0.
R. Okay. And R is equals to what? 0. We will be dragging foot since you want it like that. Now, N combination 0 is what? 1. Anything combination 0 is what? 1. Hope you will remember. So that this becomes 1 dot. Notice something. 4 minus 0 is what? 4. So this is something as 2 raised to power x squared, then raised to power 4. Shebi? Yes. Dots. This is minus. Now watch. Anything, even if you like, let it be 1 million. Raised to power 0 is what? 1. I hereby pronounce the both of you raised to power nothing. It means I hereby pronounce the both of you
raised to power 1.
Just 1. I hereby pronounce the both of you 1. Once you are raised to power nothing, you mean 1. Dots. 1.
One more bracket.
Yes. So the bracket will disappear. Now, do you know that 1 times this thing is the same as this thing, Shebi? Yes. Eh? What about the minus? Even if it's raised to power, even if it's minus 1 million, once it's raised to power 0, is 1, not minus. Now see, and this 1 times this one is still this thing, Shebi? Yeah. So let me stay right. This is 2x squared, now raised to power 4. Shebi? Yes. Do you know that this thing now is something like saying 2 raised to power 4? Shebi? Yes. Then x, now is having 2, Shebi? Yes. Now, 2 times 4 raised to power 4. Are you understanding it? Yes. It's more like I bring this 4 on top of this one. Bring this 4 to this one. Yes. Because this one is already having something raised to power. So that this becomes 2 raised to power of 4 is what? Then, so 2 times 4. Are you there?
Yes.
I hope we don't have problem on this one. No. Yes, this is how we'll be following it. It's too boring, Shebi. Yeah. If you are this slow, it's too boring. But some people like it like that. All those people that went to best secondary school, they don't joke with this pattern. Do it 1-1, sir. Sir, you are no longer doing it 1-1. Yes. So this will be my final answer. So the first term in 2x squared minus 2y raised to power 4 is actually this. Are you there?
Yes.
All right. So please, can we look at the polynomial question?
Yes.
Can I clean this? My friend, hope you follow this one. The one on glass. I get your point, too. But what I'm saying is, once you people notice the mistake, immediately you correct it. No one will finish making the mistake. This one. What is it supposed to be? 2 times 4 is, have you heard of the multiplication? In indices, there's something we call power law that said if A is having n and it has m like this, that is the same thing as A n m. It's called power law. Yes. So once you know it, that's why in the university they're not teaching you indices, they believe you already know it. If your indices foundation is not good, they don't need to put it on your scheme of work, you need to know it. Yes, you need to know it. So if you don't know it, you can do well to meet me. I believe good number of you that came here early enough, I tried to put you through. Not people that came around 11, because I know I came here around 10 or so. Yes. So please, if you have issues with your indices foundation, you can meet me, we'll put you through. It doesn't cost anything. So far as you are a student, you are a registered student, it doesn't cost anything. Can I claim? So the key thing to note when you are finding the nth term of a binomial expansion is simply to know the formula, which is n combination r dot a raised to power n minus r dot b raised to power r. Once you know it, no issues. N combination r dot, that is times a raised to power n minus r times b raised to power r. Once you know it, no issues. One, do fast. Can I clean? Be fast, be fast. Sometimes you can even snap it. If you snap it, you'll be copying it while we do what we are doing. For those of you that have phone, Shebi, I told you, if you are here and you don't have Android phone, you've not gotten admission. Shebi, I've said it before. The only people that have gotten admission in this school are the ones with phone. So far as you don't have phone, Android phone, you wait about admission. Yes. Oh yeah, let's check. They said x raised to power 3, Shebi. Class, are you still here?
Yes.
You better be here. Not when we are doing it now. You will just wake up from nowhere and say, sir, how did you get this one? They said x raised to power 3 minus 3x squared minus 6x plus 8 equals to 0. Shebi, if we learn one, some people will bend down and think about life. Then they will wake up again and start following us. Please, let us be here together. Don't think about anything. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. All right, let's check. The highest power of this polynomial is what? Shall we know that this is a polynomial?
Yes.
Whenever variables start to have power, we call it polynomial. The highest power is 3. So we can say that this is a polynomial of the order 3. Because the highest power is 3. Now, whenever we have 4 polynomials, the first thing to check is to see if we can group it. and we can group it because you can say this way, this way. Should you know? Now, and after grouping it, the next thing is to ask ourselves, can we factorize it? Let's check if this is factorizable. Do you know how you know if it's factorizable? Let's see if I divide the second term by the first term and divide the last term, the constant term, by this third term, if the two will give me the same answer. If it doesn't give me the same answer, I know that is not factorizable. Am I too fast?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Have you grouped it?
Yes.
After grouping it, check if it's factorizable by doing this is 3x squared, should be divided by s cubed. Do you know that this s cubed is something as saying there's a coefficient here which is 1. So let me ignore the variables. Let me do 3 all over the coefficient of this which is 1. Should be? It will give me what? 3. Not be so. That is it. Pay attention first. This is the coefficient of this x squared. This x cubed, the coefficient here is 1.
Yeah, 1.
So I now say this second term divided by the first term, that is the coefficient, which is 3 over 1. What is it giving me?
3.
3, Shebi. Now let's check again on this side. This is 8, Shebi. And this is the second, 6. So if I do over 6, 4 over 3, that's what it will get. Now 4 over 3, is it the same thing with 3? It's not the same, Shebi. So this is not factorized. It's not factorized. So that is how you check it. Whenever you see a polynomial and you are told to solve the polynomial, that is to solve it, you first of all group it. After grouping it, use the second term of each group, divide it by the first term. This group, the second term is this. This is the first term, the coefficient is 1. This group, this is the second term. This is the first term of this group. And the coefficient is 8 and 6. I ask. What if it's 3? If it's 3, I've told you, if you are doing what if, that means you've not been to this class. And you'll be taking us back. If it's 3, that means what I will be checking, if it's factorizable. And we've done questions on that before when we did quadratic equation. What we are doing today is polynomials, not quadratic. If it's 3, what we are going to be checking is if you can solve it using quadratic method. And if we can't solve it using quadratic method, we will use the same method we are about to use for this to solve it. Whenever it's 3, you are checking if the highest power now, if there's any way you can make the highest power to be 2, so that you can now solve it as a quadratic equation. But we've passed that stage. Yes. All right. Hello. Less the noise. Now the constant term there is what? If you like, pay attention. If you like, don't pay attention. I'll be teaching. Some people will be teaching their own. The constant term there is 8, Shebi? Yes. Now, the first term there is what?
1.
Are you aware? Yes. Because that's the coefficient. Now, I'll ask myself, what are the factors of 8? That is more like, what are the factors of 8 and 1? We normally say that this is the P to Q method. What are the factors of 8? If I decide to find the factors of 8, Shebi, you know that this is simple as doing the LCM. So 2 into 8 will give me what? 2 into 4 will give me what? 2 into 2 will give me what? 1. Shebi? That means factors of 8, I have 2. Shebi? Now I have 2 against 4. No be so? 2, 4. Are you aware? Then I have, if I come here, I don't have to repeat anyone. But if I stay here now, I will ignore this. If I stay here, I ignore this, Shebi. And I got 2 and 4. I told you, anyone is facing, just take it with what is above it. Shebi? So this is 2 and 4. So we've gotten 4. Now when I stay on 4, that means I'm supposed to ignore what is facing it and then check what is up. So that this becomes 4 and 2, which I've already gotten. No be so? Now, I have 8. This is 8. Now, do you know that if I face this 8, I cannot do 8 times 2 because it will give me more than 8 that I'm looking for. Shebi? That means there's an invisible 1 here. So let me overlook what is facing it and do 8 times 1, which will give me 8. No be so? So the factors of these are simply 1, 2, 4, and 8. Are we there? This is how you find the factors of any number. Not you coming this side below. Some people will finish doing it, they will be looking at this side of you. You will confuse yourself. Just do the one facing it, ignore it. Put your hand, then compare the ones above it. You get to the other one, compare the two, ignore it. The ones above it, compare it. That's how you find the factors of any number. Now, if we now know that the factors of 8 is 1, 2, 4, 8. What about 1? The factors of 1 is just 1. Should we know? Are you aware? Yes. Now, the P to Q method, what I've done, once I see this question, I notice that I cannot factorize it. I cannot factorize it. What I need to do, class, write it somewhere. If I see I cannot factorize a polynomial, if I see, this is called equations of a polynomial. If I see I cannot factorize a polynomial, what I do is to find the factors of the constant term and the factors of the first term. They are somewhere. They are somewhere. If you like to come again, you like come again. If you want to find polynomial, there is equations of a polynomial, the roots of a polynomial, and it is not factorizable. I said, find the factors of the constant term and the factors of the first term. Find the factors of the constant term and the factors of the first term. Are you there? Are you writing it? I said if it's not factorizable, you see how we grouped it to check if it's factorizable, and we couldn't factorize it. And I said that you need to find the factors of the constant term and the factors of the first term. And the first term here, you're checking the coefficients. So since I've gotten this now, I will go back. I know that the factors of this now, everything I have here divided by 1 is the same thing. Should you know? So that means that I'll come here that the same equation I have, I'll come and check. Hello, do you remember that they gave us this thing and said it's equals to 0? Yes. So the only factor that will work is any factor of this 8 that I put inside here, and it end up making me get 0. So let's check something. This is x raised to power 3, Shebi, minus 3x raised to power what? Minus 6x plus 8 equals to 0. Let me start with 2. I want to start with 2 and check something. Let's check something. If this is 2, this is 2, sorry, this is 2. Shall we know that in place of x, I'm substituting the factors of 8. Are you aware? Because this first term is simply over 1. Assuming it's like 2, assuming this thing is like 2, I will not say maybe I divide everything. Then whatever is remaining, that's the factors I'm going to substitute for x to check if it is workable. Now, if I do this, punch for me, 2 raised to power 3 is what? 8 minus 2 raised to power 2 is what? 4 times 3 minus 6 times 2 plus 8. Now, punch this, is everything here equals to 0? Punch is equals to 0. This is minus 12 is minus 24, should be? Plus 8, then 8. So punch for me, what do you have? Minus 8. Okay, is equals to 0. That means it's not possible. It's not possible. Are you there? Yes, let's check again. If you like, be awake. If you like, don't be awake. Hope you ate before coming. Should I recap? Yes. You need to be here. Not you are here, your mind is somewhere. Be here. And how some people do it is, once they are not following you, they will go and say, I like your sir. Please. I'm fast. I'm trying to be fast so that we can cover. Watch. Watch, see. Watch. Hello. Do you know I can be very slow? Let's be very slow now. Watch now. See. Shebi, you get the part here. I said that if you want to solve the equations of a polynomial, that you first of all group it. Then check if it's factorizable.
Yes.
And I showed you how to check if it's factorizable, Shebi.
Yes.
Divide the last term. That is the second term by the first one. Yes. Then divide. If the 2 gives you the same answer, it's factorizable. If it doesn't, it's not factorizable. Did you get that one? Yes. Now, since it's not factorizable, I said go and pick the last term. That is the constant term against the first term.
Yes.
Now, make it over. Last term over the first term.
Yes.
Find the factors of that one. Find the factors of this one. Now, use the factors you've gotten, which is, if I do this divided by 1, is everything here that I'm having. So use each one to substitute inside x to see a situation whereby you will get on this side 0 equals to 0. Once you see a situation where you get 0 equals to 0, it means that your x, that particular number, that particular value is your first x. That means x can be equals to that value because they say that everything here is equals to 0. So a situation whereby we can get anything that can substitute for x and is giving us 0, it means that that factor can work this equation. So for that reason, 2 cannot work this. There are some people that would like you to spend all the day on it. Watch. Now let's check for 1. We've tried 2, shall we?
Yes.
Somebody said I should use 4. I should use 4. Let me try and use 1.
Yes.
Let me use 1. Do you know why I want to use 1? Do you know why I want to use 1? I used 2. And the answer is -8, shall we? So I need to try and see if I can use something less before moving to something big again.
Yes.
So let's check. 1 raised to the power 3 is what? 1. Minus 1 raised to the power 2 is what? 1. This 1 raised to the power 2 is 1, shall we? Yes. Now 1 times 3.
3.
This person with kata. There's somebody doing. Oh yeah. This 1 times 6 is what?
0.
Oh yeah. Watch for me. Is it 0? Nice. 1 minus 3 minus 6 is going to give me what? Everything is going to give me what? Minus 8, shall we? 7, 8, 9. Then, and this one, minus 8 plus 8 is equals to what? So this is 0 equals to 0. Are you there?
Yes.
Are you there? Well, ask.
What is?
If I did what? You know that anything over this, I already said it, anything over this simply means that this will not be, assuming this is 2, all of them share this 2 that is under here, right? In that case, I will have 2 into what I have here, into what I have here, into what I have here, into what I have here. By the time I finish dividing, whatever I have as my answer becomes the factor I can use to test my x. Did you get it? If, as you said, because what you are trying to look for is a situation whereby I don't have the coefficient to be 1. Assuming I have the coefficient to be 2. Shall we?
Yes.
Now I'm saying if that is the case, this will not be 2. Are you aware?
Yeah.
So that this will not be 1, 2, 4, 8. And I believe that if that be the case, this factor ought to increase because when I check this normally, I know that even this can times this. But I'm trying to work with your what if, which means that these 2 can go into this, 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 so that I have things like 1 over 2, I have things like 1, I have things like 2, I have things like 4. These are my factors. Do you understand it? But there is no what if here. This is what we have. Imagination will not kill you in Jesus' name. Imagination will not wound you in Jesus' name. Do fast, do fast, do fast. Do fast. We are not done. We are not done. That means, shall we remember that I once said that anytime your x is raised to power 3, the roots will be, x is raised to power 2, the roots of the equation will be how many? 2, shall we? If it's raised to power 3, the roots of the equation will be how many? So my first x here is equals to 1. Shebi, you know why?
No.
My first x here is equals to 1. Do you know why? Because it's this one that was able to give me this 0, because they said that everything there is 0. So that means that if everything here is equals to 0, it is 1 that was able to reduce this so that I get 0. X cannot be equals to 2 here, because when I did x equals to 2, when I tried to make x, that is what we call function. When I tried to make x, should I say function of 2, I tried it and it did not work. Now, if I try to make x function of 4, you can check on your notebook, see if it will work. You can try to make 8 a function of x, see if it will work. So if it does not work, it means that 1 is the only x that can work in this case. So my x is equals to 1 first. But we are not done. So the next rule, the next method, the next rule to apply is what we call synthetic division. There's what we call synthetic division. Can I claim?
Yes.
There's something we call synthetic division. Can I claim?
Yes.
Ask. Three times 1 here.
Raised to the power of 2 is 1.
Eh? Imagination will not kill you in Jesus' name. You will go and come back in Jesus' name. Can I claim? I want to claim. Please be noting the steps. Just be kabuye or everything I'm teaching you. Be putting the step. Be putting the steps. Be writing it out. Be writing out the steps beside it, so that by the time you are reading, you can solve as many questions as possible. The most important thing is you knowing the step, the process. Once you know the step, you can recollect. You know that once you see any polynomial that is more than 3, that is up to 4, you group. You group. We've done when it's 3. We've done things like quadratic equation. We will still redo it, yeah? But when it's 4, group. Then check if it's factorizable. If it's not factorizable, find the factors of the constant term and the first term. Now, when you find the factors, test out the factors. That is, replace x with the factors to see the one that will end up making it to be equals to 0. Once you find it, that is your first x. A situation where you find out that the factors more than 2 or 3 of the factors is giving you 0, this side, and making it to be equal to 0. That means that you have your x to be equal to that in 3 places. So then you can still continue with the method I'm about to show you now. That is the second step, synthetic division, yes. How do I mean by? I can't hear you. No, I did not say that. I did not say that. You say, I said that if it does not give you 0, I leave it in 3 places. No. What I said is that when you get the factors, and this factor, for example, let's say you test 2, and 2 gave you 0 this side, and gave you 0. You still test 1, and it gave you 0, and still gave you 0 this side. That means that you already have 2x.
Yes.
When x is equals to 2, when x is equals to 1, before you do the synthetic division. But in this case, we've tried it. It's only 1 that is giving us what we need. So x is equals to 1 here. That is what I said.
Like you for factors of 8 all over the factors of 1. What if we have like 8 over 4? Then you get the factors of 8 divided by 1.
Are you aware that that thing you are asking is the same thing with what I showed here? Shebi, you know. When I said if you have, let's say for example, 2 here and you have 8 here, that's the factors you have up here, you will divide it with what you have in the denominator
Yes.
now. That when you divide through, this one now will come and be divided by 2. This one will come and be divided by this. This one will come and be divided by this. This one will come and be divided by this. After it now, you've gotten whatever answer you have, you've gotten it. You can now be substituting it for x to see the one that will give you 0. It's not if I'm teaching you, you will be copying notes. When you wake up, you ask me anything you want. Please, if we are just focusing on this board, focus on the board with us. Once you are through with the board, you can now do whatever you want. Now, please, let's do the synthetic division. Can I come in? Your problem is not this thing, no. Your problem is to get the factor. There's no magic. Even if you like, let it be 3 that is here. By the time you do, this is now 1/3, 2/3, 4/3, 8/3. This thing is not your problem. So what you now do is after everything, what's this one? After everything, you start substituting. Are you getting it? So please, we don't have to sleep on this. Oh yeah, please watch. For the synthetic division, I said to do synthetic division, all you need to do is ask yourself, what is the coefficient of everything here? The coefficient of things I have here, let's check. What is it? The coefficient. Shabi, you know that the coefficient of this. Okay, thank you. Shabi, you know that the coefficient of this is 1.
Yes.
The coefficient of this is what?
3.
-3, Shabi. What about this one? The coefficient of this is what? 8. Now, synthetic division simply means carry all those coefficients. Carry it. Come and put it here. 1 -3 -6 8. Do you know that for those of you that went to secondary school, this thing we are doing is the reason why once you enter any exam hall, you see an equation, they tell you simplify. You see this kind of equation, you'll be looking at it in school dismissed. Those days in secondary school, because you didn't understand that this is what you need to do. And that is what we are doing today. If they enter exam hall, they can see divided by, add by, multiply by. But once they see something like this, equals to 0, as soon as simplify, they will do all the magic in the world there. Hapuharia like this, Ebuharia like this. Yes. So please, watch what we are doing now. Now, the first 10, which I've gotten, which is x is equals to 1, should be? So I'll use that my x equals to 1. It's the same as saying this is x. I'll use x to multiply everything here. Notice something. My first value of x is, the first value I got for x is 1. And we did it together. You saw how we arrived at it. Shebi? Now that's my x that is 1. So since I have x is equals to 1, that means that 1 is the same thing as x. I've gotten x to be equals to 1. And I know that anything raised to power 3, I'm not supposed to have x to be just 1 root. It's supposed to be more than 1 root. That means this, I'm still owing the examiner like 2 roots of x. Are you there? I told you if it's raised to power 4, if x is raised to power 4, that you ought to get 4 solutions, that is 4 roots. If it's raised to power 5, that you ought to get 5 roots. Once you know that, you already know how to answer your question, because if you don't know that, once you get to this x is equals to 1, you might leave your answer like this and you are wrong. That is why every quadratic equation always have x equals to this or this, because it's raised to power 2. Quadratic equation is an equation that has the highest power to be raised to power 2. So it must have 2 solutions. So since this one is raised to power 3, I know that for the fact that I've gotten x to be equals to 1, I still owe the examiner 2 more roots of x, which will make it total of what? 3. So since this is 1 for x, I will now say 1 times this coefficient, that is the first coefficient, is what? 1, Shebi? Yes. Let me write my answer here. Now, in our what here now? I did 1 times 1 equals to 1. Now let me do this one that I have here. be watching this, even if it means me reading it small, so that you say steps to solving synthetic division or how to solve using synthetic division. I take this, multiply the first step, and I get 1. That one, I've written it. I'll come again and say, this 1 times this 1 that I have here is going to be what? 1, Shebi? The answer for that one, I'll come and put it here. Then I do again. I will then do, before I multiply again, I will then do minus 3 plus 1. Minus 2. Is it? So minus 2. I'll bring that minus 2 down here. Now I'll do 1 times minus 2. Minus 2. Now before I do anything again, I'll do minus 6 plus minus 2. Is the same thing as minus 6 minus 2, Shebi? So that I'll have what? Minus 8. Now I'll go back and do 1 times minus 8. Minus 8, Shebi? Yes. I will come and put minus 8. Now, I'll do 8 plus minus 8 is going to be what? 0, Shebi? Yes. If you don't get 0 here, for the last part, you are wrong. Anytime, no matter what you are doing, the different type of equation, however it comes, but at the end of the day, anytime you are solving using synthetic division, at the end of the day, the last one will always be 0. Do you know why? Because our goal using this method is that we've been able to convert this to trinomials. To a trinomial. It's only a trinomial. Since we know that it's raised to power 3, and we've gotten the first value of x, it's only a trinomial that can give us 2 roots of x. Do you still remember? That is why we call it quadratic now. So we've gotten this now. So that means that, should I repeat this thing? If they play, if they show. Your face show.
Your shoe shine.
The day you do matric, you will, if your brother come, that your brother used to challenge you at home, you tell him, I'll just synthetically divide you. You will run mad. Your mom will know that, yes, my money is not a waste. How can school fees here? Yeah? Watch. I said, since we've gotten x to be 1, let's replace this with 1. So I put x here so that you know that the 1 we are using is because we've gotten s to be 1. Assuming we got s to be 2, that is what we put here. I now said, do that your x times this. Shall we know that is the coefficient of this that we brought out? So we now do 1 times this will give me what? 1. I put it here. Now I do again. 1 times 1. 1. I put it here. I put it here. Now I do, before I times again, I have to simplify what is inside this. So I do minus 1 plus 1. Up here minus 3. Plus 1. We are trying to join them together. So what will it be? Minus 2. Minus 2. Oh yeah, let's do again. I now do 1 times minus 2. Minus 2. Do we agree? I carry down minus 2 and put here. Now I simplify. I do minus 6 plus, there's an invisible plus here. So minus 6 plus minus 2 is the same as minus 6 minus 2, should be? So it will give me what? Minus 8. Minus 8. Now, 1 times minus 8. Minus 8, should be? So, 8 plus minus 8 is the same as 8 minus 8, should be? So I now have 0. So that if that be the case, child of God, anytime you're doing this, Anytime you're solving this, you just need to notice the pattern. That is how it works. I told you that the problem you have is not to always seek for questions, but to seek also to understand the pattern you use to solve a particular question. Once you understand the pattern, no matter what question it is, once you see that the polynomial is 4, once you see the polynomial is 4, this is the pattern you use. Are you there? So in 4, you check first if you can group it, which you know you can group. Then you check if it's factorizable. If it's not factorizable, you get the factors of the constant term and the first term. Now, once you finish getting the constant term, you substitute for x. Check the one that will get you 0. After it, you do the synthetic division, which is what we've just done here. Now, the minute you are through with that, that means that this, my 1, is the first term. Shebi, do you remember that this one came from this? Yes. Shebi? Yes. So, that means, remember, child of God, be noticing something. Be noticing something. Do you remember that it's x we used to multiply this thing? Yes. Shebi? We used x to multiply it, and he gave us these answers. Shebi? Yes. That means that if we used x to multiply it, let me just ask you something. If I have something that is x times x, Shebi, it will give me x squared. Shebi? No be so? If I have something that is x raised to the power 3, that is x times x raised to the power 3, Shebi, it will give me x raised to the power 4. No be so? Now, for the fact that I've already done the x times this without the x coefficients, that means I removed 1x from each of these for me to solve this. Do you know?
No.
Watch. See, when I brought this out, I said the coefficient is 1, Shebi? Yes. And I put it here. I brought this one out, I said the coefficient is -3. Yes. I put it here. Let's imagine that since I'm timesing this with x, the value of x, Shebi, you know this is the same thing as x. Are you aware that this is what? That's using the 1 now. 8 does not have x, yes. But the point I'm trying to make you get is, Shebi, we used x, the value which is 1, to multiply this. Yes. That means that if we multiply this with the value of x, it means that what we are having here is an invisible. We are having an invisible x on this, on the ones that have x. 8 does not have x, and you know that's why the constant term is giving us 0. So if that be the case, it's as good as if I have x raised to the power 3. It is no longer x raised to the power 3 because I've done something with x on it. What is remaining there is simply x raised to the power 2. And what is remaining here is simply 3x. And what is remaining here is simply 6x. 6. Sorry. I don't know if you're getting it. That's the point I'm trying to make. That is why it is mathematics. Mathematics makes it such that if you know that every time it's always coming this way, what about when you happen to pull it and do it alone? The more number of ways you know that this is a question and this is how you go about it, that is what makes it mathematical. And that is what makes it look as if mathematics is very interesting. But when you start to learn it, you see that it's the simplest of all the calculation courses. It's just the gateway. Oh yeah, watch. That means that I will not be wrong if I've written this now. This is 1, Shebi. I have 1. Now, this is the value I have for -2. This is no longer going to be 3. Shebi, you know. Because we've already done something with the x. Yes. And he gave us this. Yes. So this is now going to be 2. -2. We've already done something with x. And he gave us that this is now -8. No longer x. So this is -8. Are you understanding it? What about the 6? See now, are you not remembering that it's this 6 that gave us this -8? Yeah. So, in place of it, now we are carrying. Why this one now gave us 0? There's no need putting it here. So, we try to pull out 1x from each of them. We pulled out x from each of these, and we solved, and he gave us this. That is what synthetic division is all about. So the value he gave us, we will now show that those values will break it down and remove 1x, which is that x we use to multiply everything. Are we still together? This thing is something that you have to look at it and see.
So what if the value of x was 2?
Ask.
Apart from this, is there any other approach you can
Let's do the second example.
Apart from what? See, okay, whenever you have a polynomial that is not factorizable, whenever you have a polynomial that is not factorizable and is not a trinomial, this thing I'm giving you is even more or less a shortcut. The one that is factorizable. Yes. We've done it now. Is it not the ones we did when we did quadratic equation? When did you join our tutorial? Yesterday. You went in did. You just joined yesterday. You didn't carry and they joined and since. When did? We will get to where you are. Copy their notes. Relax. I watch. So I now have x raised to the power 2 minus 2x minus 8 is equals to 0. Now, at this junction, notice that we've been able to get what we are looking for. Are you seeing something here? Are you seeing something here? This is a quadratic equation. Do you know? Our goal, anytime we are giving something like this that is not factorizable, our goal is to do anything possible to take it to a quadratic equation. And that is our goal. We've been able to take this to a quadratic equation. Once you've taken it to quadratic equation, we now know that there are 3 methods of solving a quadratic equation. Should be factorization, completing the square, and formula method. Yes. Assuming they gave us that this is x raised to power 4. Assuming they gave us that this is x raised to power 4, it is very factorizable. Because we don't need to stress. If this is x raised to power 4, it is not the same thing as x raised to power 2 raised to power 2. Shebi, you know. Which means that this can be said to be maybe, I can now say, let my a be equals to x squared. And let my a squared be equals to x squared raised to power 2. Are we together? That is when it's raised to power 4. At the end of the day, what we are trying to get is for this to reduce to the power of 2. So, in water and car, before you do is a factorization. In water and car, they want you to put everything in your brain inside their own. This thing you see here, do you know how many years it has stayed? So it will take long time and following due process before it will enter your head the way you want it. What you should be doing is, whichever one we are doing, learn it very well. Before you start thinking of what of the one that is factorizable. Because that one is very simple. This is where the problem is. Understand this one. And that is why we treated those factorizable ones before this. But I said I will still do revision. Okay. Yes. Watch. If I now have that this is x squared, do you know that there's no need putting this one?
Yes.
Because anything times 1 is that thing. Anything times 1 is that thing. So that I now have x squared minus 2x minus 8 equals to 0. Class, check. Since we used x to get these values, it simply means that if you bring down the values you've gotten using the x, which is, we got the first x to be equals to 1. If we bring down the values, it means that 1x gave us this. Whatever is remaining there should remove 1x from it. That is it. It's very simple. You don't have to drag it. I ask. If it's where? If the value of x is equals to 2, know that, yes, what we just do is x is equals to 2. It's only 1x that it is. It's only 1x that is giving you 2. So if I use x as 2 to times everything here, at the end of the day, it's just 1x. Yes, now. See, if x is even equals to 3, notice that our problem is not this 3. Our problem is just the 1x. This 3 is just a root of 1x, just one solution. Sometimes x can be 5, sometimes x can be 7. It's just one solution. It's when x is equals to 3, x is equals to 5, x is equals to 7. You can say it has 3 solutions. If I already have 3 solutions, there's no need me solving this again now, which you know is not possible. There's no need me coming here because anything raised to power 3 should give me 3 solutions. We call it roots of the equation. Hello? So this 3 or 2 or whatever value of x is not my problem. What is my problem is how many x do I have the solutions? If it's x raised to power 3, I must have 3 solutions for x before I can rest. My x must be equals to 2, maybe 3, 1. It must give me 3x. X equals to 2, x equals to 3, x equals to 1 before I can rest when the highest power of x is 3. If the highest power of x is 2, I must have 2 solutions of x before I can stop solving. Are we there? All right. Can I clean this?
Yes.
I ask.
No.
Stand up, I can't hear you. If they are the same thing, how? If the numbers, like let's say, as I got x, 2 and 8, if I get the same thing, x, 3 and... Yes, if what I have. Yes, and it's from this one. Hey, Jesus. See, shall you know it's from here we took the coefficients we used to do that synthetic division. We took x cubed. Before it is 1 now. Anything x, the coefficient is 1.
Yes.
The coefficient of this one is 3. Coefficient of this is 6. Coefficient of this is 8. We took it. Then we now use x that we've gotten, 1x. And this thing is having x attached to it. We took one value of x, which we've gotten, that x is equals to 1. We used it to multiply the coefficients. And we now got our answer. Which means if we've gotten that answer, whatever is remaining of x, we've removed something from it. The problem is, I am teaching you in a way. You people want to understand in your own way. Because I don't see how somebody will ask me if you have to get this same thing. Whatever you are getting is from here, you are getting it. It's from here, you are getting it. It's from here, you are getting it. Then, bring it out. Bring it out. Now use x to multiply it. It's more like I ignore this because this is confusing me. I cannot solve this and get a quadratic equation unless I have to bring it out. I pulled out what my problem is and I said, let me take just 1x and multiply and see what I will have. X, I am able to do that because I've already gotten that x is equals to 1. So I now say 1, which is x times this. I will have what? 1. Then I do again, 1 times 1, 1. And there's minus here, and there's minus here. So I'm using x to times whatever value I have. When I sum it up, I times the value. Now, 1 times, okay, this is minus 2. 1 times minus 2, which is the value I got from this, is going to give me minus 2. minus 8. 1 times minus 8, minus 8, which is going to give me 0. So I've been able to get x from all this. So whatever value I have here, I've already taken out 1x for me to do this. Mathematics is for you to simplify it. I'm trying to simplify this. So that at the end of the day, I have x. And it's raised to power 3 there, but I've already taken 1x. It's not going to be 2. Minus this 2x. Then minus 8. The x will disappear. I can't be imputing 0 now. What of what? Everybody must not go to school. Everybody must not go to school. Everybody must not go to school. I watch. Let's solve this quadratic equation. Is this thing factorizable? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Let's check. How did I say we do factorization? I said bring the first and the last term, Shebi. This thing is very simple. If you already know if you quadratic equation, when you do normal quadratic equation, when it's factorization, they will tell you bring the first term and the last term. It's not different from what we've done so far. When we saw that it's not factorizable, we still brought out the last term and the first term. But this time we divided and we got the factors. Then we did synthetic division. So when it's factorization, we still come and bring the first and the last term.
People should remember that we're learning physics and chemistry. See, please watch, class, watch. The synthetic division, how many of us understood it? If I have a value here, let's say this is x, and I have x here, I have y here, I have z here. Let's say I have this to be k. It's simply k times x. Kx, Shabi? Now you do again, k times kx. First, k times x, ks, Shabi. Then you go again, k times kx. K square x. K square x. That value will come here. Are you there? Then I will now add it up. If I add it up, this is going to be 1k square x. Y plus k.
Sorry, yes. Plus, because it can never, yes, it can never multiply. Like it can never be in the form of multiplication when you're adding up. Oh yeah, now, since I have this now, I'll do this, go into this again.
Y plus k cube x.
Eh?
Y plus k cube.
Now, watch. If I have this now, if it goes into this, you know that this value that I will get now, I'll come and put it here. So that this becomes y k raised to the power 3. Should be? Yes. X. Now, when I sum this up, it will now be z plus y plus k 3x. That is it. So you can write this down so you know how it's done. Then when you are through with this, when you are through with doing this, you have to remember that this is more or less saying you went into this and put one x for each of them that is having x, because the function you are using is the function of x. It's not hard. It's just that there are people that have resistance. When something new is coming to them, they don't want it. They want to block every pathway to be sure that they don't have obstruction. And as you're doing it, what you're doing is you are wasting the time you could have used to understand it. They want to close door. Mba. Is a lie. You will be wasting time you could have used to learn it immediately and progress. Yes. Oh yeah? Let's now solve. Let's solve using factorization and see if it's possible. If it's not possible, you use completing the square. Hope we know how to use completing the square. Yes. How many of us can do completing the square method here? How many of us can do factorization method here? So which one do you want us to use? You
want us to use completing the square? Let me see you. You want us to use factorization? Let me see you. Okay. Why I'm saying this because some people don't know completing the square.
Yeah.
Okay, I should use all of you. Okay, do fast. Do fast. Do fast, do fast, do fast, do fast. Shebi, you know we've not done physics. We've not done chemistry. See, no, biology is on Monday. Any day we come, you people will make us waste all the hours on one course. Is well. Can I clean? Can I? Is well now. Oh yeah. So that this term becomes, let me bring the first term and the last term and check if it's factorizable. We will use the two method. We will use the two. So you understand better. Now, if this is the first and the last term, if I multiply these two, this is the same as minus 8x squared, should be? I will now ask myself, what are the factors of 8? Shebi, you see that it's the same thing we did before that synthetic division. When it is not factorizable, I said, bring the first and the last term over this. Bring out the factors. So we've done this one now, because it's factorizable. We are checking if it's factorizable. Let's bring out the factors of 8. The reason why this thing is taking you long to understand is that it may encounter in a secondary school. So now that you are here, you will learn it. 2 into this is what? 4. Shebi? 2 into 4 is what? 2. 2 into 2 is what? 1. Now, remember I said, for you to get the factor, it's not like your secondary school, you come to this side, you pick everything here. It will stress you. What you just need to do is to check. When I'm at 2, I will ignore everything facing 2. Do you know that if I start this 2, everything from this point here up is going to give me 8. Because 2 times this will give me 8. Shebi, you know. Are you aware? So that means that the factor of 8 can be 2. And 2 times 2 is what? 4. So this can be 2, 4. Now let's go again. When I'm at 4, I will ignore what is facing this. So that I have this. 4 times 2. The factor of this can be 4 and 2. Shebi, you know. And the factor of this can as well be 1 and 8. Shebi, you know. There's an invisible 1 here. So 1 and 8. Or let's say 8 and 1. Sorry. Oh yeah. Between these 3, these are the 3 factors that you can have. So between these 3, which one will work here? So that now see, you need to know that whichever factor you are putting here that it will work, you need to know. Anything with polynomial is more like you are trying to construct, is constructive. You need to know that whatever you are putting here that will work will also be a value that when you multiply, it will give you this. But when you add, it will give you this. Shebi, you know. Yes. When you add, it will give you the middle term. But when you multiply, it will give you that first and the last term. So which value is going to work for us? Let's try out the first one. I have 2 and 4. Let's say 2 and 4. 2 times 2x and 4x will give me 8x squared, Shebi? But it's not negative. What if I have minus minus? It will give me minus 8x squared, Shebi? No, I mean multiplication. Plus, Shebi? But what if I have just one of these?
Minus.
See where my eye is, so we've not gotten to this one. If I have this now, if I have this times this, will it give me minus 8x squared? Yes. But that minus 8x squared now, if I add up this, will it give me this? Yes. But what? Somebody said yes. No. But what if I carry this minus and put here? Yes. So this times this will give me this, Shebi? Yes. But if I add it up, is the same thing as having minus 4 plus 2, Shebi? Yes. Which is the same thing as minus 2. Yes. And since it's carrying x. So the third thing you need to note whenever you are doing factorization or completing the square is that you are trying to eliminate this middle term. Even when you are doing completing the square or factorization, you are trying to eliminate the middle term. this middle term, you are trying to eliminate it. You are trying to find values of factors that can enter there, and it will give you the same thing with this middle term. Are you following this? Those of them in mathematics and computer, some of them will say, I am in computer department. Very soon we'll start pressing computer. They play. Your department is more mathematical than that computer you think you will start learning. Yes. So this will now be replaced with x squared minus
4 plus 2x.
Because we know that these two values will give us this, shall we? So we are replacing it with this. Then minus 8 equals to a copy again. I will impregnate you with knowledge. Just watch that. By the time we take another question on this, you solving it yourself will not be a problem again. It's because it's coming for the first time. And the first thing the mother gives to the child is breast. Shebi, breast milk. That is why I say, I will breastfeed you academically. Naramonson. Yes. Oh yeah? If we've done this, let's now check. Is this thing factorizable? Let's check. If I divide, remember that I said that time, anytime you have 4 polynomials, that you should group it. If you still remember. Let's group it. Now let's say this is 4, Shebi. The coefficient of this is 1. Are you aware? 4 divided by 1 is equal to 4, Shebi. Now this is 8. This is 2. 8 over 2 is equal to what? 4, Shebi. Once you check this, it means that it's factorizable. Once they give you the same answer, it means it's factorizable. If they don't give you the same answer, it's not factorizable. Will you remember this? What we are doing here is preparing you to go for big war. There is war ahead of you. Are you aware? There is big war ahead of you. Some of you in this place doing medicine, by the time you finish year 1, as you progress, if your GP no meet up, they will tell you change to another department. Are you aware? Has it ever occurred to you? Okay, you don't know. Before they finish, maybe they'll move from medicine to med lab, or from medicine to plant science. Yes. Some people from medicine to animal and fishing. Yes, animal science. Yes. People that do animal science, they don't tell girls their department in this school. What they'll tell you is, I'm studying aquatic and agricultural faculty. They don't say animal science. Once you say animal science, your name will be saved. America, animal. America, animal. Yes. So they don't tell anybody that you're in animal science. Yes. So please, if you are here, don't think because they're giving you admission, your own is settled. It's a lie. You need to put in work. All right. So since we've seen, okay, what's the question? Be fast. Yes.
Okay, so I didn't get this thing here.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay, let me do it again. I said, once you've gotten the value using that LCM method, once you've gotten it, what you now need to do is to check the number that if you put, two numbers that if you put here, when they multiply, they will give you this. Because I said, anytime you want to check for factorization, you need to multiply the first and the last step. So you check two numbers that if you multiply, it will give you this. And when you add it up, it will give you this middle term. Our goal is to eliminate this middle term with a value. Whenever we are doing completing the skill of factorization, our goal is to eliminate the middle term with a value that can replace it. So we now say that if we try that 4 and 2 we brought out, if we do minus, let's say this is x and this is x. If we do 4x times minus 2, it will give me minus 8x, Shebi? But when I do 4 minus 2, it will give me plus 2x, Shebi, you know? And this is not plus 2x. But I know that if I carry minus now, here, Brian, it's not inborn knowledge. They don't do it inborn. Some people, the problem some students have is that they think it's supposed to be happening automatically. It's a lie. This is something that is constructive. You are checking it yourself to see if it can work. I put minus here. I times is giving me this. I come and check. When I do this plus this, will it give me the same answer? It will not, because if I put minus here, it will be plus 2. But what I need is to get minus 2. It will not work. Now I'll carry the minus and change and put here. Now when I do minus 4x times this, it will give me minus 8x squared. Now if I do minus 4 plus 2, any answer I'm getting must carry negative sign because the larger number is carrying a negative sign. So it will be minus 2x, and that is what I need. So I'll carry the two numbers and replace this 2x. I'll carry it and replace this 2x. The two numbers, carry it and replace. So that if you are not following, today is your first time, don't panic. You understand? Don't panic, just try. Just try and be following us small. Don't panic. We will still get to where you are. You will still get to our level. We will get to our level in Jesus' name. Some people are already in 500 level in this class, but they don't know. You people will still get to our level in Jesus' name. And watch. This thing now is the same thing with this. You understand it? Yes. We've replaced it and we've checked if this is factorizable. It's factorizable. So for that reason, can I clean this? Can I clean this class?
Yes.
So that I will now have x squared minus 4x. I'm grouping it. I said, once you find out that it's 4 polynomials, always group it. Always group it. Plus 2x minus 8 equals to 0. If you follow my way, you will not miss road. Come. If you follow my way, if you follow the pattern we are using to teach you, even if you don't understand it now, when you start reading and trying over and over, you will still see that you need to go back to these methods I'm using to teach you. Because these are things that we've done over the years. And this is something that works, and will continue to work. Now, inside here, is this thing factorizable? What can I bring out here? X. Now, if I bring out x, I need to now have inside the bracket a variable and a number. Do you still remember? Yes. So that this will be x. So x times x. X times 4. So what can I bring out here? Are you sure? Yes. Reason I'm not bringing out 2x is because this one is not carrying x, should we? Yes. So I have 2. Now inside here, in fact, you don't need to stress yourself. Once you brought out this one, this first one is always easy, Shebi, you know. Once you bring out the first one, don't stress yourself. Just go and write the first thing you have here. You know what there? Are you there? Yes, sir. Yes. This first one, factoring it out is always easy. Once you've been able to bring out this factor out, just go and write x minus 4 equals to 0. If they play, if they show. If you check it, it's still the same thing. 2 times x is what? 2 times 4. 2 times 4 is 8, Shebi? But there's a minus sign. Don't be so. So once you are doing it, once you factored out this one, and you brought out a factor out, just write what you have here for another bracket. Now, at this end, you now do what you have outside. I guess what you have inside. When you say it, what are the things I have outside?
X plus 2.
And I have?
X minus 4.
Shebi?
Yes.
Equals to? Can I claim?
Yes.
Somebody, if there's anybody beside you saying, I don't understand, tell that person, go and eat. Go and eat. It's food. It's food. A Saturday morning, some of you, longer throats don't used to allow you. You came back 2 weeks ago, but you finished all your foodstuffs. Every time, the only thing you are thinking of is how to go and arrange your food, rearrange your food. Before you know it, you are cooking. Now you are drinking Gary. You finished the foodstuff. Now you are drinking Gary. I know somebody is saying, talk to me direct. You see I'm talking to. Yes. Yes. You finished the foodstuff. Now you are drinking Gary. Yes. Wow, watch. Do you know that this thing is the same as x plus 2 equals to 0, should be?
Yes.
This is also the same as x minus 4 equals to 0. Always use my method for your own good. I am looking here, all angle. There are so many ways you can rotate this, but we've come to see that there is a method that is easy. Because some people, once they get to this end, they will start turning around until they enter problem again. Yes. So do you know that this is the same as, can I clean this?
Yes.
But sir, like that's a factor of minus 8, but that we arrange minus 4 plus 2. Can it be arranged plus 2 minus 4?
Okay. I don't know. You see, for this one, X, just say it. Don't say everything.
Like minus 4 plus 2, minus 4 plus 2.
Is it like this?
No, that's a mean the factor of a minus a squared that we got.
Okay. Okay. To factor this now.
Yes.
Can it be arranged?
That we got minus 4x. The right thing is, let me see, you see what I'm talking about. Minus 4x, then plus 2x. Then can it be arranged plus 2x minus 4x?
I just want to get where you are getting this thing from.
From the that factor of a minus
The factor of a.
Okay. What? Where? This is where you are. You can never.
No, not that I'm here, I'm still here, but I just want to know that.
Okay. You want to know if it can be arranged minus 4x plus 2x.
No, what you are doing is not minus 4x plus 2, but can it be arranged plus 2 minus 4?
First of all, let's check something. Wait. Let's check something. Minus 4 plus 2. What is it?
Plus 2 minus 2.
Minus 2.
Yes.
Okay, let's check something. Minus 2.
He means to put plus 2 in
Plus 2
and minus 1.
and minus 4.
Okay, like to rearrange
Yeah,
it.
it's the same thing, but can it be arranged? Rearranged like that.
So far as you are putting this negative sign before 4, you can do anything you want. Do you know why? Because this 4 is what will determine that the answer we're getting is minus 2. You understand? We people like to suffer yourself. You just can't be suffering yourself. You will take too much. Once you've gotten how to do it, anyhow you want to rotate it, no problem. Anyhow you want to rotate it, no problem. Oh yeah, watch. Shall you know that this thing equals to 0 is the same as x is equals to. Shall you know? Do you know?
Sir, no, I don't know.
We've not done anything. Some people are using this opportunity to solve all their mathematics problem for secondary school. See, x plus 2 equals to 0 is the same as x equals to, is the same as saying, subtract 2 from both sides. Shabi, you know. So that this because x is equal to minus 2. So that's why I said that this first one is the same as x is equal to minus 2. And this one is the same as x is equal to what? Plus 4. Shabi, you know. Are you aware? Children of the Most High. Children of the Most High. Now notice something. There's something I want you to notice. So there's something I want you to notice. Notice something. Do you know that assuming I did not do this like this, assuming I did not do this, bringing it out to be x plus 2 equals to this, I can as well, for those of you that like doing too much, I know that some of you, when you get to this point, what some people want to do is this one times this one. Shabi, you know, some of you want to come and do x raised to power 2. Shabi, you know, then x times this minus 4. Shabi, 4x. Just be noticing why I did not do that thing. Be noticing why I did not do it. Because I know you people. I know how you people think. Now, I've done this and I've done this. Now, plus this 2x. Shabi, Now, this into this minus 8. Shebi? Now, do it for me. This is x squared. Shebi? Now, do. If this minus 2x, Shebi? Minus 8. Is this not what brought us to this process? Shebi is what brought us here. That is why I normally tell students, once you get to this point, don't stress yourself. Just do this thing. Bring out this. Make it to be equal to 0. Round up to equal to 0. So that at the end of the day, I've gotten two values for my x, Shebi? Plus the first one, which is x is equal to what? 1, Shebi? So how many roots do I have for this equation? You understand it now? If the highest value of x is 4, you will have 4 roots. You call it 4 solutions, or you call it 4 roots. So with that said, child of the Most High, what's the time? What's the time? 2:43.
254.
Okay, I will solve just one more question from this, so that we will enter physics. Number what?
2.
Number 2. Okay, that means you people will solve. Yes, you must solve this one for me, because this is like this one that we finished and this one. So I will solve number 2. Ask your question. Why didn't we divide the polynomials? Why didn't we divide what? Why didn't we do what? Come again now so I understand it. Wait, let me clear. Because what you are saying now is not a question. You want to tell me something that you already know. Oh yeah, let's go. Oh yeah, you said after getting x equals to 1, that is using synthetic division. Is it what you mean? The normal way of getting x equals to 1, which is? That is synthetic division now. That is factoring out the constant term against the okay. Why didn't we do this to be x minus 1 equals to 0? Is that what you mean? Which is this now? Divided by what? Divided by the equation. This one. Please, child of God, before we go to the part where I showed you this answer, do you know that there's anything like doing this to get 1 before? Let's be honest. So we know that. Just remember it. All right. Please, there are certain questions I don't want you people to be asking. Academic, that's what you don't. See, when I'm teaching you so you know everything. Are you there? Yes, I don't like questions that are more like make it look as if every one of you should know everything immediately. Wait, I'm coming. The reason why we did not do x minus 1, because you've already done division of polynomials. Are you aware? And if you check here, I gave you division of polynomials, and I gave you polynomial equations. Is it not true? So that means when we are doing polynomial equation, I expect of you to know everything that has to do with taking it to quadratic equation, then solving the quadratic equation. Now, when it's time for us to do division of polynomials, we can now do the division of polynomials. Anything that will require us using synthetic division is when the 4 variables is not factorizable. When we notice that the polynomial is not factorizable. Please, my goal, even as much as it's math and you're learning it for the first time, I want you to know everything that has to do with that particular course. That's the goal. Please. The goal is so that you learn everything. Because there's how it is that if you go to your textbook, you are checking what we are doing. You are seeing that we solved something. And the ones we solved, the ones on your textbook, you don't even know how to solve it. That's where students start to say in future, what they teach don't normally come out, God forbid. I don't want to be that kind of tutor. So please, her question is wise, but I don't want to answer to it, because whenever you are doing factorization of polynomials that is not factorizable, I want you to reduce it to quadratic equation. Then you solve the quadratic equation using any of the three methods. Because the minute we got x equals to 1, is the same thing as x minus 1 equals to 0. Sure you know. And dividing this polynomial is still the same thing with what we are going to do in this second question. So please watch. Who is that person? Who is that person? Can I clean this side? You know that some people went to good secondary school. Some people did not go to good secondary school. Yes. So that my friend, I know that there are people I have here that know book. Yes. There are people that the only way they know is when sir or the teacher have taught them. Yes. So please, watch how we are going to do this number 2 so that you follow. Watch how we are going to do it. Anytime you have, for example, 6x raised to power 4 minus 9x raised to power 2 plus 18, Shebi? Now they are telling me that it's divided by x minus 3. Is this what we have? Please, you need to know that every polynomial must be either in descending order or in ascending order. Are you aware? It must be in ascending order or in descending order. So that means that if the highest power is 4, the next thing before 4, or should I say after 4, you should have raised to power 3. Before raised to power 2, before raised to power 1. Once it's not like that, if you try to solve this like this, you will have issues. Are you there? So this particular polynomial given to us, they have given it to us to test if we understand the principle of polynomial. And that means that this is supposed to be 6x raised to power 4 plus x raised to power 3. Since it's not given to us, plus 9x raised to power 2. Now they did not give us x when it's raised to power 1, plus x. You got that for minus? Minus. Okay, minus. Thank you. Then plus 18, shall we? Yes. Are you there? Okay, you don't understand this thing. You don't understand it. Eh? Okay, see now, see. Shabi, this is what they gave to us. 6x raised to the power 4 minus 9x squared plus 18. We cannot solve any polynomial. Eh? Notice, even here, you cannot call it polynomial if the power of x is not in order. It's either it's increasing or decreasing. And remember I told you that anytime variable starts to have power, it's called polynomial, Shebi? Yes. So it must be either in increasing order or decreasing order. And this is a polynomial of order 4, because the highest power here is 4. So since they gave us this, they did not give us raised to power 3. We must introduce x and raise it to power 3. They did not give us when it's raised to power 1. We know that anything standing on this own is raised to power 1, Shebi? Yes. We must introduce x that is raised to power 1. Are you there? Yes, sir. Yes. So do it. Write your own. Right? Please, are we learning something today? Yes. Are we learning something today? Yes. If you check, if you see, you will see that we've used that to turn today's class to mathematics class. Yes. Okay, it should be like that. Oh. They play. Please, if you are not on the group chat, maybe I've not added you. Remind me to add you today, because this week I will be posting every video of our class on the group.
So we sit down from 12 o'clock and watch the video till 5 o'clock.
I know for you. When you're watching it on your phone, when you're watching it at home, you can do it in the midnight, at night. You can take your time at night to watch it.
He's talking about the data aspect.
Your data? You are a student too. You are a student. See, hello, are you aware that as a student, if you don't have money for this journey, it will choke. Shebi, you know, this journey, you need to have money. It's not like maybe cash, but you need to be mentally prepared. So that at the end of the day, there is this spirit that says if you are mentally prepared for something, you'll be able to answer to it. You have the attitude for success before success can come. So if maybe buying data to follow class up is an issue for you, it is not going to be easy. Bien? Bien, girls? Hello? Eat and come back, and they've paid me for tutorial self. Yes. I know people that paid me for tutorial. When I see them, I know. Girls that don't like trouble. Girl will come and say, take your money. I don't want embarrassment. Men will hold your money. Please, from next week, if you've not registered for tutorial from Tuesday is going to be 7,000 naira. Yes. Reason is this. We are not doing tutorial that we will collect money from students. We can tell you, bring anything. Tomorrow we will not cover the cost outline. So tutorial we are doing for you is tutorial for rainy and sunny weather. Yes, because we will have July, we will have August. Shebi, you know. Are you aware? We will have September. Yes. So please, if you've not paid us, just have it in mind that from Tuesday, you are coming to us with 7,000 naira. Yes. All right. Can we continue? Now, for me to solve this, there's this my friend that knows maths very well. I've not been seeing her. Don't talk. She and that girl, I know the both of them know maths. So anytime they want to ask me a question, I know it's not question. They want to tell me what they know. Yes, that one did not come today. She's in nursing. Where are you? You. Say fire. Fire. Watch. See, let me divide this. This will be 6x raised to the power 4 plus x raised to the power 3 minus 9x squared. Can I clean this side?
Yes. So why are we seeing square root?
Please, people at the back, can you see the board? You're not at the back. Can you see the board from there? That girl, my girl. Can you see the board? You can see what I'm okay. Okay, if you can see what I'm doing here, or you can see what I'm doing here, please put x minus 3 here. Shabi, you know that what this thing means is that this thing is getting divided by this. Are you aware? Now we call this the divisor. You can write it somewhere. We call this the divisor. This thing you have here is called the divisor. This one you have here is called the dividend. And the answer you have up here is called the quotient. Then whatever remainder you have down here, at the end of the day, by the right, is called the remainder. Why did I not? Okay, why did I not divide with this? And I'm putting this thing. You must understand. You must listen to every word I say so that you will remember. There is nothing like why did I or what if. This is a rule. For it to be a polynomial, for you to call it a polynomial, the powers of x or powers of the variable must be either in descending order or ascending order. You understand? It cannot be doing jump like wow. It cannot be doing from 4 to 2. From 2 to constant is not possible. It must follow descending or ascending order. It must move from, if the highest power is 4, you must have 3. You must have 2. You must have 1 before constant 10. It must follow that order. Are you there? Or you are starting from low to high, but it must follow descending or ascending order. If it doesn't follow this pattern, you can't call it a polynomial. So for us to divide this, we must make it correspond to what we have as polynomial before we divide it. Are you following this thing? All right. So I will then say, for me to divide this, remember that Master Toka told you that there's something we call DMS. Shebi? Yes. Now, what that DMS simply means is the first time I have here, this is the first time, Shebi? Yes. This first time, bring it out. So let me write DMS one side. The first thing I will do is to divide, division. So bring this first term, do 6x raised to the power 4 all over this first term. The first term on the dividend and the first term on the divisor. So that I bring it out, this is x, Shebi? If x go into this, what will happen? It will be x raised to the power 3, Shebi? Are you noticing it? So carry that answer you have, that result, put it on top of this. So that this becomes 6x raised to the power 3. The minute you get this 6x raised to the power 3, the next thing you move to is multiplication. Multiplication. First, you divide the first term on the dividend and the first term on the divisor. After doing that, the result you have, you put it on the quotient part. Now, the next thing is to multiply. How do you multiply? You will use what you have on the quotient and multiply everything on the divisor. You will use what you have on the quotient, multiply everything on the divisor. Whatever answer you are getting, you'll be putting it inside this dividend area. So let's do it together. 6x raised to the power 3 multiply x is what? 6x raised to the power 4. Now, 6x raised to the power 3 times minus 3. Minus 18x raised to the power what? 3. Are you there?
So I'm a little bit confused.
You're a little bit confused. You are confused, isn't it? Why, watch. Watch. There's no little bit to it. Why, watch, see. Watch now, watch. Why are you people laughing? That girl is my baby girl, though. She has paid me. Even her sister told her to go for my tutorials. Then your sister needs to come and hug me. Yes. Oh, you see, I said, first of all, division. Carry this first term. The first term on the dividend and the first term on the divisor. You divide. So you do 6x raised to the power 4 all over this first term. If you divide it, you check. Shall be this one will drop by 1. Don't be so. So it will become 6x raised to the power 3. Carry it like that and put on the quotient part. That's the first principle. Just do this thing now, so you'll be remembering it. Okay. Now, the second thing to do is to multiply. Use this result on the quotient and multiply everything on the divisor. Are you there? So that this becomes 6x raised to the power 3 times x. So that I will have 6x raised to the power 4. Then 6x raised to the power 3 times minus 3. Minus 18 x raised to the power 3. If you don't follow education, now you are in year 1. 200 level, time you're supposed to use and be going to ShopRite and be seeing the world. Licking ice cream, you will use it and be doing carryover courses. Sunday, that you're supposed to go and enjoy yourself. Hello, where are you? Come out. You will use it and be doing, I cannot come out. The course rep said there's an assignment that they have to submit on Tuesday. You have to take year one serious. Very serious. Just ask people in your lodge how is year one. Even people that read too much still fail in this school. Talk more of you. They think they read too much. So you need to read so much that the too much is so much. Yes. 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 People will say, you pay to sort it, you pay to... It's sort, or if they fail you, you cannot talk. You are nobody. And with my friend, when you get out of my office, he's just out of the office with speed. So please, if you have a question, ask before we progress. Any question? Remember, we are still here and here. I ask.
You need to use now is the coefficient of your x in this division now plus 1. But the equation
What is this?
the coefficient of your x is plus 3. Here the division is plus 1. But in the equation it's not x is plus 3.
There. Okay, you've not been following us. So. You've not been following. Hey! See. Everybody wake up! Everybody wake up! Wake up! Wake up! And now look. See. I said, if you are giving the power of the variable to be 4, and they give you raised to power 2, shall you see that they omitted something? And for it to be called a polynomial, it has to be in descending or ascending order. Such that if you have raised to power 4, the next one should be raised to power 3, before raised to power 2, then raised to power 1, allow me, then x raised to power 1, before the constant term. This is a rule for polynomials. You must have this order. So a situation whereby they did not give you in this order, they give you raised to power 4, before raised to power 2, before constant term. It means that they want you to interpret the polynomial how it should be. And interpreting this means that you ought to have this raised to power 4. Since they did not give you any number, you now call it x raised to power 3. Because it must be there. That's the standard form. It's just like when you have complex number, which is a plus bi. No matter what you solve, however the answer change, at the end of the day, if you have something like maybe I plus 2 all over 3. At the end of the day, if you want to write this thing to show that what you're doing is a complex number, you must come and do 2 over 3 plus xi over 3. Are we getting it? Every one of these things have their standard form. So the real part must come first before the imaginary part. So that is the same way that if it's polynomial, even when they don't give it to me complete, I look at this, I see that the power is not in order. I must make it to be in order. Where is it? This one. This is 3 now, Shebi. This is 2. This is 1. Shebi, you know that anything standing on this old is raised to power 1. Shebi, you know. Before the constant term. Once it's not like that, you must make it to balance before you start solving. Can I have somewhere? Ask your question. Okay.
You don't know that x is 1. The coefficient plus 1 and the coefficient minus 1.
It's a line. It's a line. Now let me tell you. The coefficient cannot be minus 1 because you don't know it. It's not given, Shebi. You are adding it. And the sign for adding something that is not there, is it not positive? Not be positive. So you are adding it. The rule did not say you should subtract the one that is not there. Assuming they said you can add or subtract the one that is not there. That's when I can say maybe minus x raised to power 3. He said you will add so that you see that the power is in ascending or descending order. Hello? Am I clearing you now? Emma, this our common sense is too much. Logic will make us think this and think that, and it's good. It's good because once they clear you on a question, you are sure you cannot make that mistake again. Are you aware? Yes. So no matter how stupid your question is, ask it. No matter what you think the question is like, ask it. We will answer you. Please, if you've not paid us for tutorial, we don't want next week. This one is because I'm the one allowing you. You know how Master Talker behave. If you come here next week, you've not paid, you are leaving the class. I don't want it to look as if we are wicked, or they've increased the money, or this one. If you run around, finish. If you go around the circle, finish. You will still want to be part of this tutorial. Because I've been in this school. People that are not in this tutorial, just watch out how their life will be before exam. So many people are still doing for them. Senior co, come and read with me. Time will come. Your senior will be telling you, I am doing my own exam. I will do it next week. Next week, nothing for you. You enter the hall empty. So this thing we are doing, take it serious. After this week, from Tuesday, the price will change. So if you can, register with us this week. It's highly important. Very important. There's nothing like, maybe as we go down the line, the tutorial will not be happening. Then lecture. This is our own church. Adoration Ministry of Absu. Oyo. So no such thing. So please, take it serious. Now let's go. Let's go. The minute we finish multiplication and division, we move to subtraction.
Please, in this DMS, in divide, they use for the divisor. You divide by S instead of S minus.
For the divisor, please learn the protocols. For the division, you always go to the first term of the dividend and the first term of the divisor. That is what you use. If I go to the first term, I will carry 6s4. Go to the first term of this one, carry this.
Not S minus 3.
Just this way that you're seeing it. Are you seeing this thing? That's the way you do it. Now, when I finish this particular one, when I'm done with everything on this, when I move to the next one, I will still come to the first term there, whatever answer I have. Go to the first term here, divide. Don't do what if. Let's finish. I watch. The next thing is to do minus subtraction. We are doing subtraction. 6x raised to the power 4 minus 6x raised to the power 4 is going to be what? It's going to be what? It's going to be 0. Now, x raised to the power 3 minus 18x raised to the power 3 is going to be what? Class, watch. X raised to the power 3 minus 18. Shall we do that? Minus will change to what? Plus. So that this now becomes what? Plus, shall we? So it will be x raised to the power 3 plus 18x raised to the power 3. Don't be so? So this is plus 19x raised to the power 3. Class, I want to clean this side. Have you copied this thing? Academic magic. I did not come here to teach only maths. If you like, as I'm teaching you, be sleeping. Some people will be teaching, they'll be teaching girls. Once the one they are not finished, they will wake up and ask me one again. Once they learn it, they go back and start teaching girls. Please, focus. I watch. Now notice something. This is not 19x. Do you know that this is the same thing as saying, cancel everything I have here? There's no need bringing this thing down. Should be you know. So that I now say, since I got this now, let me bring all my values down. Now. So that this becomes minus 9x squared plus x plus 18. Now we go again. We do as if we've not done this before. If you did not understand the first time we did it, pay attention. You go again until you exhaust all your x. Our business is to see that we divide x, we exhaust all the x until we are left with the constant term. Our business is to see that we perish anything x here until we arrive to the constant term. So once we get to constant term, we have no reason doing DMS again. So let me clean this because it's nothing. Now let's go again. This is DMS, division. Now bring out the first term. It's 19x cubed, shall we? Divided by the first term on the divisor is x, shall we? Now, If you divide it, what will happen? This will decrease to 2. Not be so? It will now become 19x raised to the power 2. Are you understanding this thing?
Yes, sir.
Carry it, and put on the quotient. So it will be, because the sign in front of this, when you're not seeing the sign, it means it's positive. Are you aware? So I'll now write plus 19x raised to the power 2. Are we together? Now see, if I do this, the next thing is to do multiplication for m. So I'll now do 19x squared times x. Will give me what? 19x squared times x will give me what? 19x cubed, shall we? Now, 19x squared, it must times, whatever you get and you put on the quotient, must times everything on your divisor. So it has times, it has multiplied x, it's giving it this. Now, this times minus 3. So this times minus 3 says minus 57x squared. Are you there? So we've done the m. The next thing is the subtraction, the s. The s. Smally, are you following? Even your face like you want to cry, join. Or you watch, be watching. So we put minus, so that we then do 19s cubed minus 19s cubed. Shabi, you know that this thing will get out. Shabi, it will give us 0, so it will get out. So that we'll come back. This is the sentence. If you don't want it, you can just say 0. Now let's go again. Minus 9x squared. Minus 9x squared. Minus 57x squared. Shabi, you know that immediately we do it, this and this will change to plus, Shabi. This is now the same as 57 minus 9, Shabi. You say it's 40 what? So this will be plus 48x squared. So since this is 0, we don't need it, it means nothing. Not be so. Let me just clean it out. So that we now say, the minute you get your answer, bring everything you have down again. So that I come here, bring all my values down. We go back to our table. This thing, the importance. Here the importance, you need to hear my hand. Know this thing. Know this thing. You will see it in your exam. You will see it in your exam. Know this thing. We are not doing something of Papa Ngolo. You will see it in your exam. Know it. So let's go again. I'll bring out the first term, which is 48 s squared. I'll divide it with the first term of the divisor, which is x. Shebi? So that I'll have 48x. Shebi? Yes. That answer that I have, I'll carry it to the quotient part. Since it's positive answer, I'll put plus before it, so that it becomes plus 48x. Our goal, remember, I said our goal is to see that we eliminate everything that is carrying x. By the time we get to the part where we can no longer divide anything by x, we are done. So now, we put that 48x. So now let's go to M for multiplication. Now do 48x times x is what? 48x times x is what? 48x. So 48x squared. Are you watering this thing? Now, 48x times minus 3. 48x times minus 3.
Minus 144.
Will it carry x?
Yes.
Are you understanding this thing now? People at the back, can you see the board? If somebody enter now and the person wants to kidnap me, the person will say, this man has money. See the kind of way the class is filled up. And these people have paid him. They've not paid us. People should come and pay us for tutorials. Next week, next week, nobody should say those people are wicked. Short Academy, those people are wicked people. We've done this tutorial for like 2 weeks now. Good number of you have not come to pay us. So please, do well to pay us. You need it. You know you need it. We've not even started anything. You need it. Whereas, are you aware that we've not even touched up to chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5 of your scheme of work? Are you aware? And those are the complex parts. You start from simple to complex. Yes. So, let's then go to the part of minus, subtraction. That is S, subtraction. So, we now do 48x squared minus 48x squared.
0.
0. It's the same as saying it will disappear. It will get out. It will get out. So that if it disappears, I will now have x minus 144x. Is everybody doing this thing? Yes. X minus 144x. What's the answer?
145x.
145x. Well, let's do it together. Hey, when did I want here? So before I put it, let's do. See, do you know that? Do you still remember that x plus x is equals to Shebi? So x plus 120x is going to be what? Shebi? Yes. So we will not be wrong. We will not be wrong to say that that x minus which changes to plus 144x. It's not the same as adding 1x to this because it means that everything here is x, bunch of x. Shall we understand? So this is now 140. What are you now? So that I will have 145x. Now the minute you write this, bring down this one so that I have plus 18. Shall we see it? Now we go back to our table which is DMS. Alright, let's go again. The first term now is 145x. Shall we? 145x divided by the first term here, which is x. Shall we?
Yes.
This cancel this. 145. Shall we? Carry it and put on the quotient part. Are you watering this thing? Yes. So that it becomes plus 145. In summary, our goal is to see that we get on the quotient part. The minute we get a number that is not carrying x on the quotient part, we will rest. Are you there? The minute we get a number not carrying x on the quotient, we rest. Yes. Now let's now do. We've got the division. We got our quotient. Now let's do that 145 times x will be what?
145x.
145x shall be. See what you've done to me. Maybe you are the ones that made us do this like this. Let's write 144 small. Okay, so is it 144 or 145?
145.
So now, if I do 145 times minus 3, minus 4,
35.
if you people don't want to tell me answer, I will do myself. Minus 4, 3, 5. Minus 4, 3, 5. Now, the next step is to introduce our subtraction, shall we? See now, there I have 145x plus 18. Then I now got 145x minus 435. No be so? Then I introduce my minus sign now. Shall we? So that I do 145x minus 145x is 0. Right? It will get out. Now I do 18 minus. It will be plus, shall we? Yeah, so 18 plus 435 is what? Do you know that this is the same thing as saying this will get out? So I have my remainder. My remainder is 453. Are you there? If you finish solving this thing and you leave your answer like this, if it's over 10 marks or over 5 marks, you might get half or nothing. After doing that, just see the kind of sweat you are sweating, and it's inside the exam hall. And you finish and you leave your answer like this, just like this. You will fail it. Do you understand it? Yes. Do you remember that time you're in secondary school, if you have something like 4/3, they will tell you, convert it to what? Mixed fraction, shall we? Yeah, you now have something like 1 whole number, then you have 1/3. No be so? 3 times 1, 3 plus 1. 4/3, shall we? This is how you leave your answer. So you now see that this one is the quotient. This one is the remainder. This one is the divisor. Divisor, remainder, quotient. Let me just tell you, I told you that the goal is not for you to learn, but to learn everything. If you finish learning in our class, you go to textbook or whatever material, and we've not covered everything, and we say that topic, we are done with it. It's scam. So that is why I'm telling you now. Even here, have us again like this. You are losing mark. So you must take it to this mixed fraction. So that I will then say that my final answer is going to be, can I clean the board?
Yes.
I will then say that my final answer is going to be I'll say 6 x raised to the power 4 plus x raised to the power 3 minus 9x raised to the power 2 plus x minus 18. You see minus 18 plus 18? Plus 18, shall we? Divided by x minus 3 is equals to, I will now say, what is my quotient here? Shall we see all those values I have for my quotient? Is equals to 6x raised to the power 3 plus 19x raised to the power 2 plus 48x plus 145. Are you seeing it? I want to clean enough space. So it's equals everything that you are giving. Everything you are giving is equal to the quotient. I thought the quotient is the whole part. That is the whole number part. When I say I impregnate students with knowledge, I don't mean something spiritual. I mean making sure that your scheme of work is covered well, the way it should be. Now, the remainder part is 43, shall be? 45. Is it plus or minus?
453. 453.
Okay, our remainder part is 453, shall we? Yes. So, 453 all over. Then our divisor is what?
X minus 3.
X minus 3, shall we? Child of God, this is how your answer should be presented. Shall we? This is your divisor. This is your remainder, shall we? This is your quotient. This is how your answer should be, presented. Do you know why? By the time you use this thing, and times this thing that you have here, and add, you should get back what you have as your dividend. Are we together? Yes. So that's the method of mixed fraction. If you finish this thing, you don't present your answer like this. Otilo, God. If it's 5 marks, they will give you like 2 or 1. So everything you are given to divide is equals to the quotient, remainder, all over the divisor.
Child of God, if you enjoy this class, do something for daddy. Yes. Those of you not clapping, stop. We are slow. We are slow, Shebi. Okay, Shebi, we are slow.
Say your face, show.
Yes, but let's fast forward. Somebody say we are slow. Please, let's fast forward. Let's
say
say
your
that
face,
face.
show.
You people will do number 3 and number 4. You people will do number 3 and number 4.
Yes.
Please, bring out your physics or open to your physics notebook. Let's do physics. What's the time?
3:30.
What's the time?
3:30.
Please, open your notebook. Open your physics notebook. Open your physics notebook. Open your physics notebook. Can I clean?
Yes.
Let's be fast. Today, you want me to come here today, and the only thing I did today is mathematics. It's not possible. Please, that number 3 is exactly the same thing with the one we solved before this one. Exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. Can I clean? So now that you understand how to divide polynomials, I can now answer that your question. Hello, my friend. It's now I can answer your question because now I know that they now know what is synthetic division and what is division of polynomials. So it's at this junction that I can now say, okay, since we got that question, x raised to equals to 1, we can do x minus 1 equals to 0. We can now divide because you now know how to divide polynomials. Synthetic division. Once you are finding it hard to factorize, if you use that synthetic division, it makes the work easy for you. So any question, anything that has to do with polynomials, you can use it. You can use it. Once you find out that the 4 variables you can factorize, you can use it. And if you still use that x equals to, then you change it, it still works. So, but the key thing is know the 2. It's of your own, it's to your own advantage. Please, can I clean? Class, can I clean?
Yes.
Right. Dynamics. The study of motion with reference to the force causing it is called dynamics. The study of motion with reference to the force causing it is called dynamics. The study of motion with reference to the force causing it is called dynamics. I told you that it's in tutorial class. It's in tutorial class. You get everything the way it should be. I had somebody say, I want to go home and read. I say it's true. Year one, reading is good. But if what you are reading is to carry your notes and you open it and you are reading, you will be spending long hours to understand. But if your goal is that if you enter your house, by virtue of you understanding that questions are more important than the theory aspects, you are way ahead of that person that will go and read the theoretical aspects and leave the calculation aspect. And good number of students, they only read the theory aspects. They spend less time on the calculation. Yes. So that is why in tutorial, we give you the breakdown and we give you the calculation aspect. So that when you get home, if you are reading, no matter what you read, once you open your tutorial note, you will still say, okay, I now understand what they mean by this. Let me just use the one in my tutorial. You will still see it playing out. Yes. So I said, dynamics is the study of motion with reference to the force causing it. That means that one Master Atoka is teaching you is called kinematics. That one he taught you, linear motion, Shebi? That one is called kinematics. The study of motion without reference to the force causing it is called kinematics.
you can still write it so that you know the two. So when you talk about motion, you are looking at motion, you are talking about motion, but you are not paying attention to the force that is causing it. It's called kinematics. But whenever you are talking about motion and you are paying attention to the force causing it, it's called dynamics. I normally tell my students that in summary, you can note it somewhere on your book that in summary, this is a shortcut I'm giving you, that this one talks about the equations of motion, while this one talks about the laws of motion. I will impregnate you. Yes. Yes. I will impregnate you. Yes. That's the one I'm saying. So I said, kinematics, in summary, is all about the equations of motion. In summary, is the branch of physics that talks about the equations of motion. Why dynamics talks about the laws of motion. So in modern dynamics, you know about the laws of motion. And I know that Master Taka already gave you the 3 equations of motion, Shebi? Yes. And he gave you how to derive it. He told you that with this, S equals to U plus V all over 2. Then T, then you can derive any equation, Shebi? So that if I want to derive T, if I want to derive for T, I'll just do equals to U plus V all over 2. And I know that there is a formula that says V equals to U plus AT. Not so. So if I divide both sides, if I first of all take this to come into V minus U equals to AT. Not so. Divide both sides by A. Divide both sides by A. So T is equals to this, Shebi? That means if I carry V minus U all over A inside here, I'll be able to get something from this. And the law I will get, the equation I will get from this is simply V squared equals to U squared plus 2AS. Are you aware? Because when I want to open this now, this will times this, Shebi, so that I get UV. Then this will times this, so that I get plus what? V squared. Then this will times this, so that I get minus U squared. Not be so. This will times this, so that I get minus UV. Not be so. All over 2 equals to then plus the A, 2 times A, it will be 2A. Thank you very much. So that watch now, this and this will do something, Shebi? It will get out. It will get out. So that I now have that S is equal to V squared minus U squared all over 2A. When this cross multiply, anything starting on this one is over 1, Shebi? So that I have 2AS equals to V squared minus U squared. So anyone I want to make subject of the formula, if I choose to make subject of the formula, this particular one which we know, popular, it will be V squared is equals to this now. We go to this side, Shebi? So that it now becomes U squared plus 2AS. Are you understanding it? Because if it cross over, it will be this going like this, it will be plus U squared. Shebi? And I'm aware that you are told that any of those equations you want to get, you can get it with this. Just substitute. Yes. So that means that kinematics talks about motion without paying attention to the force causing it. It's all about equations of motion. But this one talks about the laws of motion. You must pay attention to the force causing it. And that brings us to the 3 laws of motion, which we call the Newton's laws of motion. They are now called Newton's laws of motion. Newton's laws of motion. Can I claim? You know why I'm treating this is because I know that some people were not in class when we did this. So that you remember. Okay, that means if I want to derive for S equals to UT plus half AT squared, I can still derive it, Shebi? Yes. I will remember that there is a law that said that V is equal to U plus AT, Shebi? So if I carry this thing and substitute for V here, I will get that formula. Should I do it? Can I clean this? Please, learn to write fast. Learn to write fast. Learn to write fast. If what will help you is going on and you are pressing forward, they call it village people. What will help you is going on. Somebody just drag you one side and you people are discussing what you should discuss at home. They call it village people. They are friends that you will have. Anytime you are seated around them, they want you people to be talking. There's no time for let's just calm down and no talking and let's just think. Every time you must be talking. Even the one you've said before, you people will repeat it 100 times. It's called village people. Yes. Please, I want to clean. Now watch. If I know that this is true, with this I can get any question. I'll now do s equals to u plus, substituting this for v, I'll now have u plus at all over 2. Should be times t. So that this becomes equals to u plus u is what? Plus at should be all over 2. No be so? Then there's t outside. Class, I want to clean this, can I? Yes. We need to be fast now because we have a lot of questions to solve. So that this now becomes, let's use, shall we, this is t, 2, shall we? Do you know that this thing is the sentence? You know that this thing is the sentence? This t, anything standing on this one is over 1. Do you agree? Yes. So this is the sentence t over 1. Do you agree? So this is the sentence equals to 2ut plus at squared all over 2. Should you understand? Do you know that this thing is the sentence 2ut over 2 plus at squared over 2? And s is equals to it. S. Write s well. Don't write your own like integration sign. S. Should you know that now that you are still in first semester, anything you write, you call it S. But from second semester, you see that there's something like this, and you don't call it S. This is integration sign. Oh yeah? Now, this can cancel this, should we? Yes. So that I have S is equals to ut plus 18 squared over 2. No be so? Let's be telling ourselves the truth. Don't say half because you know. Let's say the truth. 80 squared over 2. Should be? It's not this one that we said anything that is happening here. I'm not wrong if I say that 1 is in front of this. Are you aware? Because anything times 1 is that thing. Are you aware? So that's why I now get that this is the sentence. S is equals to ut plus half 80. That's how I get it. But that is not what we are doing. I'm just doing it for a cap, so that people that do not come during the week understand. We are treating today. We are on dynamics, and what we are treating today is the laws of dynamics. So I said the first law is called the Newton's law of motion. So that law is called the law of inertia. It's called the law of inertia. Yes, the first law is called the law of inertia. Can I clean the board? Be fast. Be fast. It's called the law of inertia. This is the spelling. I-N-E-R-T-I-A. Yes, I said the first law of motion is called the law of inertia. Have you written it? Now, this law said that a body at rest will remain at rest. I don't like that. Follow us. Follow us. A body at rest will remain at rest. A body at rest will remain at rest. And if emotion will continue to move, and if emotion will continue to move until acted upon, or you say until it is acted upon, until acted upon by an external force. Until acted upon by an external force. Let me repeat it. Law of inertia. It said that a body at rest will remain at rest And if in motion, we continue to move until acted upon by an external force. Let's just use this as an example. Let's use this as an example. Class, are you still here? We are going to solve a lot of questions on this, so did you get it? Okay. You don't want to answer me again, Shebi? I said, did you get what I just said? I said a body at rest will remain at rest, and if in motion will continue to move until acted upon by external force. Did you get what I just said? You are pressing forward. Okay, you've written it. Okay. So please, watch. If you are in a car, God forbid, and the car happen to, should I say, hit another car. If you are in a car, and that car happen to hit another car, what will happen? Like what will be the first, should I say, stimulus that you get? Shock, Shebi? Because it's unexpected. It will tend to do as if it pushes you forward. And that is not what you intend. It's not what you expect, Shebi? But the minute it happens, that's what will happen. Even some person sitting in front of the car might even, should I say, jump out of the car. I know of a musician that died through car accident. Yes, like he was not wearing seat belts. So when the car got hit by another car from the back, he was sitting at the front seat. He was not putting on seat belt. He jumped from the window. So both his neck, everything, pierced, or is it pierced, or should I say, pushed the grass? I don't know which one pierced the other person, but I know that it killed him. Yes, he died. Yes. So that is why they normally tell you sometimes, wear seat belts. Some people that are doing guy will say, no, I'm not wearing seat belts. So what it means is that if by virtue of anything, force is applied to motion and is unexpected, you will see that it will definitely hit a stop immediately. Or you are, or should I say, driving, or you are running, or whatever it is, and somebody forcefully apply brake, automatically you must stop. And when that car stops, it's not the normal way you are supposed to respond that you will respond to that action. You will tend to move further than you should. Yes. Another example to illustrate this first law of Newton. Another example to illustrate this is, for example, if you happen to start your car and that car starts moving, if you don't apply brake to that car, you know that car will continue to move. Yes. If you happen to start your car and that car start moving, you don't know how to drive, that car will only stop when it gets to a point and it hits something. Shebi, you know, that is what that law is talking about. And this law was put forward by a man called Isaac Newton. That is why he did so much work on force. That is why today the unit of force is Newton. So we give it to him. We give it to him because we respect the work, so much work that he did on force. So whenever you talk about force today, we say that the unit of force is Newton. So you need to note it. So that first one is talking about inertia. If it's moving, it will continue to move. If it's at rest, it will remain at rest. Now somebody will be forced to ask you one day, a question can come and they ask you, what is the tendency of a body to continue to move if in motion, and if at rest, to remain at rest? The tendency of a body to continue to move and to remain at rest is called inertia. So what's the answer? Inertia. So that's the first law. It is from that first law that we discover this thing. F1 d1 equals to F2 d2. And this now is the equation of moments. Equilibrium. When I start teaching you moments, this is the equation of moments. From that first law. This is force, first distance, second force, second distance. You will not see it anywhere. It's only the man that can get you pregnant that is teaching you this. I mean academically. Yes. I mean academically. You will not see it any other place. No other place. When you come when you come under my anointing, as far as I'm healthy and God give us time, in my mind I want to see that everything you are supposed to know, that you know it. There is no abracadabra. There is no, hey, son know it, oh, but you don't know it. Yes, so you must get everything. Oh, yeah. Now let's move to the second law. Right, Newton's second law of motion. Newton's second law of motion. I will read the one that you will see in your textbook, then I will summarize it for you so that you understand. Should I go?
No.
Newton's second law of motion. Right, where F1, don't forget you can write this thing. Where F1 equals to force 1, that's first force. V1 equals to second distance or distance. First distance, sorry, or you say distance 1. Or distance at position 1, whichever way you want to put it. Then F2 equals to force 2 or force at position 2. Then D2 equals to distance 2 or distance at position 2. Hope you're enjoying this class. Yes, sir. Boys, why will you be enjoying the class? Why will you be enjoying the class? Please, don't enjoy the class, learn. If you're a boy, just be learning. Don't enjoy the class, just be learning. Please. Watch. Newton's second law of motion, right? Newton's second law of motion. It states, Newton's second law of motion states that the rate of change of momentum is directly proportional to the applied force. Precious, you're not right. You can't make it. Hey, spiritual. Newton's second law. It states that the rate of change of momentum is directly proportional to the applied force. My friend, now see it. Your friend, that's the best of it. I said, Newton's second law states that the rate of change of momentum is directly proportional to the applied force. Are you there? It states that the rate of change of momentum is directly proportional to the applied force. But some people don't like this kind of English. This kind of English is the English that people will be reading. As they are reading it, before you know, they start thinking about another thing and they will fall asleep. Yes, now let me tell you, first of all, they said directly proportional to the change in momentum. Now, I want you to know that this is what they mean by change in momentum. And change in momentum is going to have over time. Now, let me teach you what momentum is all about. Now, see, when you're talking about momentum, momentum is simply the product of mass and velocity. If you see me now, as I'm dressing back and you're looking at me, you are noticing something. My mass and the movement. Shebi? Yes. As I'm moving, you're looking at me. If it's too fast, you are noticing that the intensity is not the same with when I'm walking slow. Shebi, you're noticing it. So that is what your eye can see. That thing is called momentum. Whenever you see somebody moving, what you are experiencing is the person's momentum, the mass and the movement. So we say that it's the product of mass and velocity. I'll still teach you momentum of collision, that is colliding bodies, elastic, inelastic, and the rest. Now, if that is the case, they are not telling you that second law of Newton is talking about that the change that comes from this momentum. Now, momentum is supposed to be mv, product of mass and velocity. But when they now tell you change, it simply means the final velocity and initial velocity. Shabi, you know, anytime you hear change in something, it means the final one and the initial one. So that means the final one, the initial one minus the final one. That's the change. This is the change. That is why we normally say that this particular mv minus mu is the same thing as mass, then v minus u. Because when this multiplies, this is the same thing as this. Are you aware? Yes, sir. Look at it very well. It's the same thing. Are you aware? Now notice something. There is over t there. There's over t there. And do you notice that if I have over t here, If I have over t here, let's not take it that I'm not seeing this mass. Let me bring this thing out, v minus u all over t. Does this thing look like something you know?
Acceleration.
Eh? What is this thing?
Acceleration.
Change in velocity is what? Change in velocity is what? Some people don't even know.
It's time.
Change in velocity, yes?
Yeah,
Yes, it's what? I must not say everything. It's already there. So if we know that this is acceleration, it simply means that this thing is the same as m, everything here, a. Are you aware? Are you aware? You're noticing how many formulas I'm going to pick up from this. And the way it is, whenever a question comes, you are expected to know how to interpret it. And how do you interpret it? By making sure that you reflect on these formulas. It means that mass times acceleration is the same thing as, there is anything you see force equals to mass times acceleration, it's the same thing as force equals to change in momentum. Do you understand it? Anytime you see mass, there is force. That normal force, we normally say force equals to ma. It simply means that force is equals to change in momentum. Because everything here and here is what is giving us this. Because this thing that I have here is the same thing with this. Remember I said that everything here, mv minus mu, is the same thing as this. Because when you multiply this, it becomes mv. Multiply, it becomes mu. Are we together? And this v minus u over t is equals to acceleration. So that means anytime you say force is equals to ma, mass times acceleration, it's the same thing as saying force is equals to change in momentum. Are we together? Yes. Are we together? And you need to know that if that be the case, if that is true, it simply means that if I have this to be directly proportional to this is the same thing as, let's say I take this to be a k constant. This is now m v minus u all over c. Now this constant, let's take it to the 1. When it times this, your k, the constant is always 1. Are you aware? Yes. When it times this will now be f is equals to m v minus u all over c. Do you know that anything standing on this side is over 1? Do you still remember? Be noticing all the formulas is from this second law. This second law, we normally say that this formula is a very important formula when it has to do with dynamics. It's from this second law we get all those things, different things. Inside here you have things like momentum, you have impulse, name it, velocity, acceleration, we have it. Oh yeah, watch. Now see, do you know that this is over 1? And if this is over t, if I cross multiply, this will be the same thing as ft equals to mv minus u. Shebi you know? Yes. Shebi you know? Hope I'm not too fast. No. So this ft is what we call impulse. We normally say that impulse is equals to, or you say is the change in momentum. Is change in momentum. Impulse is force times time. But it is the same thing as the change in momentum. So if you are given a question and you are asked to find the impulse and you are given mass, you are given final velocity and initial velocity, you use this formula. You make your impulse to be equal to this formula. Because I can go ahead to say that this ft is the same thing as impulse equals to mv minus u. Are we together? Yes. So note all the formulas on the board. Note all the formulas on the board. Remember I said that k is equals to 1. Where k is equals to 1. So for you to turn this directly proportional to equality sign, you must introduce the constant, which is that k. So when you do this now, note all the formulas we've gotten from just that second law. Very important. Ask your question. Look at first, change in momentum. This is what change in momentum is all about. Quote me well. First is directly proportional to change in momentum. This is it. This is what change in momentum is all about. We now, from change in momentum, we now brought out m, because this thing into this will be this. Into this will be this. All over this. We now said that v minus u over t is the same thing as acceleration. No be so. That is why we then said, if v minus u over t is acceleration, then if we bring it close to this, it now becomes ma. Since we have m, and this, everything here is equals to a, it now becomes ma. M, and everything here, a. That is why we said that force is equals to ma, mass times acceleration. That means, write on your book, that means that force is directly proportional. Force is directly proportional to acceleration. That means that the force applied is directly proportional to acceleration. That means that force applied is directly proportional to acceleration. Now, let me just interpret practically. Let me show you a practical interpretation of what that question or that example is talking about. If I have all these things, if I have this board, this is me. I want to apply force this way. If I apply force this way, which direction will this board go? This way, Shebi. So I'm applying force this way. The object will go this way. So let's check it. Shebi? One. If I apply force, I'm here. I want to apply force this way. This board will go this way. Shebi, you know. So if are you saying it? So that is just what it's talking about. That any direction you apply force, that is the same direction the object will move. Simple laws. But your child will study it. Your child to come, your great-grandchildren will study it. Ask your question. Can we use table tennis as an example? Yes. Yes, now. Because if you check it, when I like that example, say, when you apply that your path to that tennis, shall we see that any direction you apply it, that's where it go. So that means that if you mistakenly apply it like this and it fly up like this, but you want it to go like this, that means that you did not know, but you accidentally made it go that way. Yes. So I want to clean. Have you copied all this? Because we are going to solve questions. So are you there? Can I clean? Yes. Now, write on your notebook, Newton's third law of motion, or the third law of motion. I told you that dynamics is the branch of physics that deals with the study of motion in respect or with reference to the force causing it. Now, I said, write on your notebook, Newton's third law of motion. Please, before we start, I want to ask you, what did the Bible say? The Bible said that if somebody slap you, that you should turn the bench on your right. You should peacefully turn the left, so that the person should finish what is left, Shebi? So the person can finish what is remaining. But Newton said no, that you need to disobey that law. That if somebody slap you, that you should give the person. Yes. 2. Yes. So this law is the law that talks about action and reaction is equal and opposite. So Newton's third law said that action and reaction are equal and opposite. Do you know that if I just come now, I run with full force, I rush this wall, I hit my hand on this wall with full force, something will happen. Shebi, because I applied it this way, it will give me this way. The hand might be like this.
Come again.
I should try it. Village people. So, Newton's third law states that action and reaction are equal and opposite. Now, please, an example of this is a body inside an elevator. Have you heard of, you've seen questions where they tell you a body in an elevator moving upwards or downwards. Have you seen questions like that? Yes. An example of it is
this example of the third law is body in an elevator. So we'll take example of that. I said Newton's third law states that action and reaction are equal and opposite. Now see, if a body is inside an elevator, let's say this is the body, and this elevator is going upwards. If it's going upwards, we know that there's a force acting on any body that is going upward, which is called mg. Shebi, you know? Anything that goes up. Sometimes I just stand and imagine, why did they not give birth to me before Isaac Newton then? But I just believe God has his own plan for me. Because most of the laws these people put forward, if I'm imagining it, I'll be like, just this thing is the law. He said, anybody that goes up must come down. Law. So, if you push something, it go like this. Law. Yes. But watch. So, that it must come down. Now, that means anytime anything is going up, it's disobeying this law. That means that mg, acceleration due to gravity, will be minus mg. Now, there's something called tension. Some books call it normal reaction. So that anytime you have anything that there's tendency of it wanting to expand, just like you, use yourself as a human being. Anytime you sit, no matter what you're doing, inside you feel, if you are the type of person that have growth mindset, there are people that any stage they get to, let me relax. Yes, God has blessed me. Yes, but there's this growth mindset inside every human being by God, that when you get to this stage, you need to try this to see how it works. You need to try this. Yes. So that means that the normal force or normal reaction acting on you, we always represent it as tension. So whenever the body is going upwards, it's obeying tension. Everything is normal. Everything is okay. We call it tension. Are we there? Yes. Now let's look at the body inside this elevator. This is the body. Physics, they don't call it body. Call it mass. Are you there? Now as it's going up, acceleration is taking place. Are you noticing something? I'm giving you everything so you don't have to cram it. So whenever you hear that the body is going up, is inside an elevator, the formula to use, whenever you hear it's inside the elevator, the formula to use, and you hear the elevator is going upwards, knowing what you know, the things you know, going upward, disobeying gravity. So minus mg. Mg is force due to gravity. So for that reason, when it's going up, T, tension, is T will be subject formula, equals to this ma, the body, the body and the acceleration. Then this mg that is disobeying minus mg. This is your formula. And this is the sentence saying T is equals to ma minus g. This is your formula. Anytime an elevator is going upstairs, here be your formula. How did we get it like this? You don't cram it. Just know the normal principles. You don't cram it. The problem some students have is that anyone you write, they are not paying attention to what you are saying. They just want to cram it. Eat food, not Gary. That is the secret. Eat food, not Gary. I tell students, the secret to learning is not your brain, your stomach. If you have money, once they send it to you, go and buy food stuff, keep at home. Keep it at home. Some of you will be obeying my principle, then at night you will stay awake and you are pressing phone. I say if you eat food, also sleep. You cannot have these two and you will not do well. This thing I'm telling you is like magic. You will just be doing well. Whenever you open book to read, the thing will be entering peacefully. But if you are not doing this thing, you will stay on the book you are reading. You will think your own is worst. Just these two principles. You will be flying. You will be excelling. Your eye will be bright. Every memory will be registered in your head because it's your own memory. Not if you are in class, I'm teaching you now. Yes. Fire. Now, what of when they say this elevator is going down? Now see, if it's going down, that means we are going to be disobeying T, Shabi? Yes. Now watch. C
since it's going down now, if it's going down, gravity, happy. Shebi, it will no longer have minus. It will be very happy. T will be angry. It will be minus C because you are disobeying it. But this one is still there. Shebi? Yes. So the same way, we will now say, since it's going down, mg is the organ. Mg is the organ pata pata. So let's make mg the subject formula. Organ pata pata. So that I will now have, can I clean this?
Yes.
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 Okay. So that this becomes mg as the organ now. If mg is the organ, it will be equals to ma minus t. Shebi, you know? Yes. So even if they ask you to find tension, from the body when it's going downwards, you can still remember that once you make this subject of the formula, you can now say, since you are finding tension because the elevator is going down, you now come and make tension subject formula. Are we understanding this thing? Are you getting it? Let's say the question tell you the elevator is going down. But at the end of the day, they gave you everything, but they did not give you the tension. Find the tension. They tell you to find the tension. What I will simply do, since I know that it's going down, mg is the organ, subject formula. Ma minus t, that is, it is going against. Because t like it up. So to make t subject of the formula, I will simply say, this one now, go over here, it will be mg minus ma. Do you know? Equals to minus t, go the first of all. Look where now. See now, when this one go over here, it's having invisible plus. Crossing over. Negative. Don't be so.
Yes.
Okay, you're not seeing it well. Can you see it? Gary, oh. Gary. See. Mg minus ma equals to the minus t that is here. Now, we need to make t subject formula. So we can say divide both sides by minus 1. Don't be so. This will cancel out. Are you understanding it? So that this now becomes minus mg minus ma. Shebi? Yes. Is it minus or plus? Watch, this one will leave. Watch, when this thing cancels this, what will happen here? Check, oh. Shebi? Yes. Look well. So please, this will get out. So that this thing is the same thing as saying
T.
mg, I'm coming. Let's say I have minus 1 here, which is the same thing as minus. I want to put this inside bracket. So this is the same thing as minus mg plus ma, which is the same thing as minus m, then g plus a equals to c, equals to c. Class, check. Is this correct? Yes. So please, that will be your answer. That is when I'm making t subject of the formula in a situation where the elevator is going downwards. Yes. So the same thing here, a situation where the elevator is going upwards and they are telling me to find the weights. All I need to do is find weight, make this one subject of formula. Oh yeah? With that said, class, we have questions. I want to give you questions, can I? You have? You say what? I can't hear you. When we... Okay, wait. Because when this enter here, it will turn to this, Shebi? Are you right? Right, Joe. Right. A block of 20 kg. Somebody said it's still the same thing. It's not. Now see, if I have minus here, minus times minus will turn to this. You understand? If this minus times this minus, it will turn to this. If this minus times this, I know that this m can times this now. I said a block of mass 20 kg is pulled horizontally. Please, I want to clean, can I? I forgot to give you one important formula. There's one important formula I want to give you. Can I clean? Yes. Anytime you hear anytime you hear that force acted on a body, and they tell you that it makes an angle with the horizontal. They tell you a force acts on a body and it makes an angle with the horizontal. Normally we know that F is equal to ma, Shebi. The summary of everything we derive from the second law, which is force directly proportional to change in momentum. Shebi, you know that the summary rounded us up to having ma, Shebi. Now, if F is equal to ma, anytime they tell you it makes an angle with the horizontal, do you remember I told you that horizontal means cos theta? Shebi? Yes. So this will no longer be F equals to ma, rather it will now be F making angle with the horizontal. And you don't, in English they say it makes an angle with the horizontal. But you representing it mathematically means F that is in the horizontal. And when you're in the horizontal, you are cos theta. So it will be F cos theta equals to ma. So anytime you hear anything like making an angle with horizontal, this is now the formula. It's no longer F equals to ma. It will now be F cos theta equals to ma. Are you there? Now, anytime you hear making an angle with the vertical axis, it is no longer, this is now F making an angle, F at vertical equals to ma. Hope you remember this. Or remember it. If you hear a force acts on a body and it makes an angle with the horizontal, he did this, did that. Once you hear horizontal, what it means is force with the horizontal. And I told you, you don't call it horizontal in physics, you call it cos theta. So it's the same thing as F cos theta equals to ma, which is our normal equation. If you hear makes an angle with the vertical axis, makes an angle with the vertical axis, it is not called with the vertical axis in physics. You call it F sine theta. That is F with vertical axis sine theta. Then equals to ma, which is our equation of motion. Are you there? Now, anytime you get a question and the question tells you two force act on a body and is in opposite direction. Two force act on a body and is in opposite direction. Then I give you mass. Then I tell you find the acceleration. What you will first of all do is to subtract the two forces given to you. We call it net force. But if they did not say acting in opposite direction, they just tell you two forces, you will sum it up. Are we together? If they tell you two forces act on a body and the mass is this, find the acceleration. Because they said opposite direction, you will get what we call net force. So the net force will simply be, the net force F net will simply be the F2 minus F1. In fact, when you want to do this, you will notice that the second force will always be the force bigger than the first one. You have no right to get minus whatever in this case. Are we together? This thing will never call your head. It is me that will impregnate you.
It's knowledge.
Yes. Academically. Yes. Me. Breastfeeding you. Knowledge. I will come to the topic. We must touch everything in it. It's not we do small. We leave it for another person. Who are we leaving it for? You enter exam or you start to say, what I read did not come out. It's because they did not teach you everything. Yes. Now see, so once you note this, opposite direction, but if they gave you two forces and they did not say they are acting in opposite direction, the net force is simply add the two forces. Are we there? Add the two forces. If they did not say it's acting in opposite direction, add the two forces. Now the last thing you need to note is anytime a question is given to you and they tell you force is this, they tell you the force of a body, for example, is 10 Newton. They put full stop. Now they now say a resistive force acts on the body or acts on the machine or acts on the particle, a resistive force. First of all, you need to remember that F is equal to ma. Always remember it. Are you there? Now they gave you force. Then I gave you resistive force. force that is resisting it, it is simply the same thing as say F minus that resistive force, which is FR equals to MA. If they play, if they show,
Okay, show.
it shine. Yes. So once you see any question, just be checking. If they give you force, give you mass or give you acceleration, you are enjoying. But they come and say a force acts on a body. They then come and say a resistive force or an opposing force or a force, a counter force or a force against motion. Whatever they are speaking there, your F is no longer equals to MA. It's now going to be F minus resistive force equals to MA. They are now ask me. Can the resistive force be frictional force? Automatically, when you hear resistive force, we are talking about frictional force. So even if they don't call it frictional force, they are calling it resistive force. We are talking about the same thing. But just know it that once you hear anything that is a second force, and they're telling you that it's against the first force, it simply means minus the initial force, that is the main force given to you, minus that resistive force, equals to the law of motion, which is MA. Once you have these things, as you are progressing, very soon you enter motion on an inclined plane. I will now show you that those days in secondary school, the reason you did not inclined plane is not your fault, it's because it's deep. Yes, it's very deep. But if we do like this, once we get there, you understand it. All right, so have you copied this? So you take my question. Right, question one. Question one. All right, a block of 20 kg mass is put horizontally by a force of 10 Newton along a frictionless floor. A block of, am I too fast? Yes. A block of 20 kg mass is put horizontally by a force of 10 Newton along a frictionless floor. Yes, frictionless like this. Frictionless. I read it. Frictionless floor. Full stop. What is the acceleration of the body? When they ask you this kind of question, you know they are playing with you. You just smile and give them the answer.
What is the word?
What is the acceleration of the body? A block of 20 kg mass. Can I clean this? A block of 20 kg mass. A block of 20 kg mass. A block of 20 kg mass. Mass equals to 20 kg. Is pulled horizontally by a force of 10 Newton, 10 N, along a frictionless floor. That means there is no friction there, shall we? Then I ask us, what is the acceleration of the body? This kind of question, is it an enjoyment? F equals to MA. To get A, you just do divide both sides by M. Not be so? Enjoyment. So it's going to be 10 over 20. So that we now have this 10, shall we? 5. So equals to what?
0.5.
Enjoyment. Meter per second square. Enjoyment. I once gave you a question. That question I gave you was on when the function of x is an acceleration. When the function of, that is, when the equation of motion has a function and that function is acceleration, how do you find x? These are questions that you need to know because this is when you start to do integration and differentiation under motion. We are going to do it. We are going to do it once we enter work. We are going to do it. Please, question 2, don't worry. If you did not get it, forget about it. Question 2. Question 2. A block of 20 kg mass is pulled. A block of 20 kg mass is pulled with a force of 10 Newton at an angle of 30 degrees. Yes. A block of 20 kg mass is pulled with a force of 10 Newton at an angle of 30 degrees with the horizontal. A block of 20 kg mass is pulled with a force of 10 Newton at an angle of 30 degrees with the horizontal. Full stop. Find the acceleration of the block. Find the acceleration of the block. Village people is what will make you be pressing forward when something that will help you is going on. And I pay village people. I said a block of 20 kg mass is pulled with a force of 10 Newton at an angle of 30 degrees with the horizontal. Full stop. Find the acceleration of the block. I want a situation whereby once you see any question of motion, you don't need to guess. You already know the formula to use. And you know it's possible, Shebi? Yes. Because you've seen something like an angle now, Shebi? And you're seeing with the horizontal. Automatically, even if they did not ask me, they did not say at the horizontal, and you notice they did not even put vertical, you know that they are talking about horizontal. Are we together? Whenever it's vertical, it's making it with, they must tell you. But if they happen not to tell you, no, it's horizontal they are talking about. So this kind of question, we use our formula. It's no longer going to be F equals to MA, but it's going to be F cos theta equals to MA. Very simple. Very simple. Once you see the question, for those of you asking for, sir, what is the shortcut? That one is when you get to 18 years. For now, you are not up to 18 years. I mean academically. Once you get to 18 years in academics, we start teaching you Manu method. Asap. Manu means manipulation. You manipulate, you see your answer. Yes. But for now that you are still small, we need to be grooming you in the right way. So they gave me block. The mass is equal to 20 kg. Force is equal to 10 Newton. Now the angle theta is equal to 30 degrees. There are so many things we will teach you, but we don't want to start bragging now until you start to experience it. Because there are some people that their own is, once they get home, hey, I learned something, but that man was just bragging. Yes, some girls. So we don't have issues. Just be learning. When time for ASAP come, you will see. Alright, then I say that it makes with the horizontal. Then I ask you to find A. A is what we don't know. So since we are seeing this, they even went on to tell us with the horizontal, our formula is no longer going to be F equals to MA, but F cos theta equals to MA. This thing is the same as F with the horizontal equals to MA. Yes. So that this becomes, they gave me 10, Shebi?
Yes.
10 cos 30 equals to
28.
28. Shebi, you know. Do you know that this is the same as saying divide both sides by the coefficient of 8? Divide both sides by the coefficient of, which is 10 cos 30 all over 20 equals to 28 all over 20. This will cancel. Shebi, you know. So that A is now 10 cos 30 all over 20. Child of God, what is your answer? 0.4 meter or 433. Which is the same thing as 0.433 meter per second square is our acceleration. So acceleration is equal to 0.433 meter per second square. Sell your phone and buy calculator. Hey. Yes. When I was your age, I sold my phone to buy calculator. Bring your phone to that calculator. Yes. Yes. Some people, everything is with phone. Once phone is not giving the answer, it's not workable. Is it phone you will carry and enter exam hall? So sell your phone now and start practicing how to use calculator. Question 3. Question 3. Question 3. I know I will impregnate you academically. I know. My happiness is that we started early. I will show you. I will deal with you academically. I will deal with you academically. Are you there? Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah, right. Question 3 now, Shabi. A body of mass 4 kg. A body of mass 4 kg undergoes a horizontal acceleration of 3 meters per second. A body of mass 4 kg undergoes a constant horizontal acceleration of 3 meters per second square. Full stop. A body of mass 4 kg undergoes a constant horizontal acceleration of 3 meters per second square. Full stop. Calculate the resultant horizontal force. Calculate the resultant horizontal force acting on the body. Calculate the resultant horizontal force acting on the body. Full stop. Calculate the resultant horizontal force acting on the body. Full stop. What will be the resultant force on the body when it moves with a uniform velocity of 6 meters per second?
Another question.
That is full stop. After you write full stop, what will be the resultant force on the body when it moves with a uniform velocity of 6 meters per second? What will be the resultant force on the body when it moves with a uniform velocity of 6 meters per second? Velocity is meter per second, Shebi, you know. What will be the resultant force on the body when it moves with a uniform velocity of 6 meters per second? Somewhere. Right. Note, at uniform velocity, acceleration is equals to 0. Okay, I said, question 3, Shebi. I said, a body of mass 4 kg undergoes a constant horizontal acceleration of 3 meters per second square. Full stop. Calculate the resultant horizontal force acting on the body. Full stop. What will be the resultant force on the body when it moves with a uniform velocity of 6 meters per second? At uniform velocity, acceleration equals to 0. There somewhere, you need to know it. Anytime you hear a body at rest, initial velocity equals to 0. Anytime you hear a stationary object, am I too fast?
Yes.
I said, at uniform velocity, acceleration equals to 0. Have you written it? Yes. There it. Then I said, a body at rest, initial velocity equals to 0. When you hear a body is at rest, initial velocity is equals to 0. When you hear a stationary object or a stationary material, initial velocity equals to 0.
Stationary.
Are you there? It is me that will impregnate you. My shoe shine. Academically, yes. Academically. So I said, when you hear a stationary object, a stationary material, initial velocity equals to 0. Reason is because I find out that physics is very easy, but the problem students have with physics is interpretation. They find it hard to interpret. So all these terms, I have like 1,000 terms that as we are going in this course, Let's just be counting. Be counting how many notes I've given you. Notes, all those notes. Be counting. These are terms I'm giving you. Before we finish your first semester physics, I must have given you up to 1,000 of it. Yes. They don't call me academic daddy for nothing. Yes. I watch. Can I clean? Can I clean? Let's solve that question. Let's try to solve that question. Just be counting. Be counting how many notes I've given you. You will see that the day we will do our last revision class, I will tell you, go and count all of them. This is the 1,001. Yes. I will give you one bonus one that you will use and enter the hall. Even we've not started our practical, so you know. With only chemistry that we've gone practical on. Are you aware? Yes. Molarity and the rest on Monday, we did all that, but we've not finished it. But physics, by the grace of God, we spend so much time on mathematics. Our problem is that once you start doing anyone, we get carried away with it. We need to be timing ourselves. We do this one for 2 hours. We enter this one 2 hours. We do this one. Not we spend the whole day on one. We need to be doing, we've done it, ask question, collect the note and copy. We'll do it on Monday. We'll do biology, physics practical, and chemistry on Monday. We will not do maths on Monday. It's when maths are talking come on Tuesday, you will treat mathematics on Tuesday. But Monday is going to be starting, we're going to start with biology. Then we do physics practical. Then chemistry. Are you understanding it? Yes. So that is how it's going to be. No maths on Monday. Maths are talking will teach you maths on Tuesday. Yes. Alright, watch. There's a body of mass, 4 kg. That means M is equal to 4 kg. Then they say, at a constant horizontal acceleration, what I know is that it's 3 meters per second square. Don't be carried away with English. The only place you want to check constant, is when they are talking about constant velocity. Are you there? Should you know that constant velocity is the same thing as uniform velocity? Do you know? The way and for the notes. I'll be unleashing it for you. I'll be unleashing to you. Look here, look here, look here, look here. I know you people. What? Watch, I have seen. Do you remember that F is equal to MK, Shabi? Now, my F is what they're asking me to find, Shabi. They say calculate the resultant horizontal force acting on the body. So F, I don't know. I have F equals to 4 times 3 equals to 12 Newton. Very simple. When they give me this kind of question, all those things they are speaking there, resultant this, constant this, is to make you get scared. The only place you need to pay attention to when you are hearing constant is when they are talking about constant velocity. You put your attention.
What do you say that constant velocity equals to?
Uniform velocity.
Yes, constant velocity is the same as uniform velocity. Now watch. They now say that we should go on. Maybe there's a place that says what will be the resultant force on the body when it moves with a uniform velocity of 6 meters per second. Shebi?
Yes.
They say what will be the resultant force when it moves with uniform velocity of what?
6 meters per second.
Velocity. Now notice that if velocity is 0, if they say uniform velocity, it means that your acceleration is 0. Then if that is the case, that means that M here is going to be M times 0. It's going to be 0, shall we? That means the force here will be 0. So the resultant force, when it moves with a uniform velocity, just know that no matter the value given to you, once they say that it's uniform velocity, at uniform velocity, acceleration is 0. So even if they say at uniform velocity of 12 meters per second or 200 or 100 meters per second, so far as they say it's uniform velocity, this acceleration is 0. And 0 times m is 0. So F is equals to 0.
So the value of this velocity is of no use.
Yes, because they said at uniform velocity. So if this is supposed to be 4 here, so 4 times 0, 0. F equals to 0. Question what now? Question 4. Yes. Yes. A car of mass. I need to put with everything that has to do with what school expects. Before you know it, we've covered your scheme of work. We enter past question class. Here, Brianna, or academy. They don't call it Shore A tutorial only. They call it Shore A Academy for a reason. At Shore A, if you are serious and you are eating food, you will see that we share A's. That's if you are eating food. Not if we finish teaching you, you enter here. The thing will be doing kind. Your eye will you will not learn it. But you need to be eating so that you will be able to give your brain what it needs. I tell you the truth. I know I tell you that you need sleep and food. I am a product of good grades by the grace of God. I've proved it to myself. So if I tell you this is what you need, I know what I'm saying. Yes. So take it from me. Question 4. A car of mass 500 kg moving with a forward acceleration of 6 meters per second square. We need to be fast, so they've given me time. Oh, Christ Embassy. They have program here by 5. So we need to be fast. A car of mass 500 kg. A car of mass 500 kg moving with a forward acceleration of 6 meters per second square. A car of mass 500 kg moving with a forward acceleration of 6 meters per second square. A car of mass 500 kg moving with a forward acceleration of 6 meters per second square is acted upon by a constant resistive force. Is acted upon by a constant resistive force. Okay, in another language, resistive force of 800 Newton, of 800 Newton, of 800 Newton, of 800 Newton. Full stop. Calculate the force exerted from the engine to maintain this forward acceleration. Should I come again? Yes. A car of mass 500 kg is moving with a forward acceleration of 6 meters per second square is acted upon by a constant resistive force of 800 Newton. Full stop. Calculate the force exerted from the engine to maintain this forward acceleration. Calculate the force exerted from the engine. Exerted from the engine to maintain this forward acceleration. Why I like university is just that just as the name implies, unify. Both Itibolebo and people that know book will get to know each other. If you used to be Iti, you will come to know book by the grace of God. Yes. In university, there is no Itibolebo. Everybody know book. You understand? Even if you don't know book in the university, once you put mind and you're eating food, you must know book. It's in secondary school they have Itibolebo. Because those people you taught, they don't know book in secondary school. Go and check them out in 2-3 years' time. You will see that university has made them know book. So you can't talk to them with the same tone you used to talk to them when you were in secondary school. Yes. So it will unify all of you. So if your secondary school foundation is not strong, like I said, and I always say, I don't care about your secondary school story. Your academic story is not my business. But once you find yourself here, something must change. You must learn something new every day. All right. Remember that I said, oh, look at me. Look at me. Remember that I said that first. Look at you. Oh, see. F is equals to M, But the minute they add resistive force, it is no longer going to be F equals to MA, but F minus that resistive force. Do you still remember? Equals to MA. Now, this is F. The resistive force is what?
800 Newton.
800, Shebi? Yes. Note this thing. Note it. It's not every time you'll be doing strong head that it must be F equals to MA. It's not every time. There are cases where it will change. So note those cases. And those cases come from you being able to interpret the question well. Once you can interpret it well, you know what will fit in there. So my mass, did they give me mass?
Yes.
What did they give me as my mass?
500
500 kg. Did they give me acceleration?
Yes.
What? Is what?
6.
So that this becomes 500. I want to believe we now understand this thing times 6. My happiness is that we are understanding it. So this is the same as 500 times 6 is what?
3,000.
3,000. Now, what about this? This is F minus 800, Shebi?
Yes.
Shebi, you know that if we want to make F subject of the formula, we can say, let this cross equality sign.
Yes.
Shebi? So this now becomes F equals, this is something I say, add 800 to both sides. Then 3,000 plus 800. So that this becomes
3,800 Newton.
Newton, Shebi? Yeah. So F is equal to 3,800 Newton. Let's check. Did they ask me to find any other thing?
No.
So that is all. So they said that this is 3,800 Newton. Please, class, we have a lot of questions. Question what now are we entering? Let me give you the last one. Should I give you the last one? Yes. So if we finish that last one, before you leave, I don't want you to leave. Let's make that habit of us praying before we leave. Before you leave, before we pray, I would like you to help me adjust these chairs. Like, it's not you going around, just the one you are seated on. People should just put on, make it to dress well. The one you're seated on, make it to dress well. Because church people, they want to use here. And if you notice, it's scattered. So anyone you're staying in, make it to correspond. Is it too hard to do? Is the Lord we are working for, Shebi, you know? You have question? Correct. Number 5. It's like you will take this one home. Okay. Alright. A body of mass 6 kg. A body of mass 6 kg. Moving with a speed. A body of mass 6 kg. Moving with a speed of 20 meters per second is suddenly hit by another body. A body of mass 6 kg. Moving with a speed of 20 meters per second is suddenly hit by another body moving in the same direction. Moving in the same direction. Thereby changing the speed of the former body to 50 meters per second. A body of mass 6 kg moving with a speed of 20 meters per second is suddenly hit by another body moving in the same direction, thereby changing the speed of the former body to 50 meters per second. Full stop. What is the impulse received by the first body? Okay, I said, thereby changing the speed of the former body to 50 meters per second. Full stop. What is the impulse received by the first body? How we do classes, yes. After teaching you, we solve all the questions in your textbook before we enter past questions. Go and check. Any topic I finish with you, by the time we are through, we must have solved all the questions in your textbook before the past questions. A body of mass 6 kg moving with a speed of 20 meters per second is suddenly hit by another body moving in the same direction, thereby changing the speed of the former body to 50 meters per second. Full stop. What is the impulse received by the first body? Question mark. What is the impulse received by the first body? Question mark. Do you remember I gave you a formula for impulse?
Yes.
So when you are given everything, impulse can be F. Impulse can be equals to F times T, Shebi? Yes. It can also be equals to MV minus MU. Shebi, you remember? Yes. Or you say M all into V minus U. Shebi, you remember? Yes. All those formulas, very important. Very, very important. Every formula we've touched today, they are very, very important. We are not done with dynamics. We just started dynamics. Because it's under dynamics, we are going to treat motion on an inclined plane. By the time we are through with motion on inclined plane, we will enter work, energy, and power. Yes. So please, this question, you will take it home. Do it as your assignment. Okay, you've gotten the answer? Yes. What's the answer?
180 Newton second.
180 Newton second. I don't know. But that's your assignment. So please, let's help us, please. The church people, they are not much. We are larger or we are bigger than them in number. So help us. Let's arrange this seat so that it will be uniform. So that if we finish, we'll now pray and go home. Please, if you came here today with your tutorial fee, don't go with it. Come and give us money for tutorial. So you don't say next week that short A is wicked. Next week is going to be 7,000.
By Tuesday.
I help me arrange by Tuesday, yes. So please, Monday class is by 9. Help me arrange this seat so that we pray. Monday, we are going to start from 9. Go on break by 1. Then start by 3. Then finish by 5. Help me arrange this seat. Nobody should leave. Help me arrange this seat. After arranging, you come back. Let us pray. We must pray before you go home. Help me arrange the seat.
Let's pray now. Let's pray.
No, arrange, we pray. Arrange, we pray. After doing work, we pray. Let's pray now. Arrange, you pray. We pray. I'm coming. Help me arrange the seat. Oh, yeah.